In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise perspective.
Good morning and many thanks for joining us here on the market segment on Aneke TV. It's always a pleasure to talk money matters, yes, here on Business Outlook. And we are looking at a market sentiment that turns cautiously bullish this Thursday as the Nigerian exchange rate bounds, adding over 600 billion naira to investors' wealth. Meanwhile, a dramatic slide in global Brent crude prices to the $100 mark and a resilient naira at the official window sets a complex stage for today's trading. From the trading floor to the kitchen table, we break down the numbers that matter for your pocket. And this is our Aneke TV Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I'm Uche Osai. The bells are ringing, so let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian exchange, the bulls regained control yesterday with the all-share index ASI climbing by 0.41%. On 729.51 points. This upward movement added approximately 628.53 billion naira to the market capitalization, which now stands at a robust 155.78 trillion naira. The recovery was largely driven by renewed interest in high-cap stocks, especially within the telecommunication and consumer goods sector, while trading value saw a dip of 21%, volume surged by over 11%, signaling a high level of activity as traders repositioned their portfolio. And quickly, let's take a look at the top 5 movers for yesterday. Yes, the Ghana chart was dominated by Airtel Africa and strong performance in the industrial and agricultural sector. And we're looking at Airtel Africa. Yes, Airtel Africa as yesterday closed trading at 3,323 naira 40 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 10%, very bullish. And we are seeing CAP PLC equally on the bullish trend as naira 20 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.99%. They are followed suit by RT Briscoe, yes, which equally bullish, made a positive adjustment of 9.95% to close at 14 naira 15 kobo. FTN Coca was equally bullish as it closed his book on 7 naira 31 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.92%. Then Deep Capital yesterday closed trading at 5 naira 54 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.92%. And looking at the top 5 laggards or losers for yesterday, profit taking and sell-offs in the insurance and consumer staple sectors weighed down these specific tickers. And looking at Sunu Assurance, yes, Sunu Assurance was one of the top losers for yesterday as it made a negative bearish adjustment of 10%, a big dip, closing his book at 1 naira 17 kobo. Guinness Nigeria was equally on the dip as well, as he made a bearish adjustment of 9.99% to close 2 naira 60 kobo. And we are seeing Capital Offshore equally close trading yesterday at 2 naira 20 kobo, making a dip of 8.33% adjustment. Then FTN Insurance, yes, FTN yesterday closed at 1 naira 44 kobo, making a dip of 7.69% adjustment. May and Baker was equally on the bearish trend as it made a negative adjustment of 6.82% to close at 41 naira. And quickly moving to our market outlook for today, yes, looking ahead to today's session, the market is expected to maintain a cautious bullish bias. We're looking at bargain hunting. Yes, expect continued interest in value plays as investors target stocks that are still trading below their intrinsic value following the recent dips. And we are urging you to give a touch at the banking and industrial goods sectors, yes, which remains one of the ones to watch as quarterly earnings momentum and positive sentiment around the funds provide tailwind. And then on the market watch, with the naira showing some strength in spot market, climbing 1,357 naira against the dollar, foreign investor confidence may see a slight boost. Domestic liquidity will remain the primary driver of today's price action. Now quickly, let's get to the naira performance. Yes, I will tell you that the naira showed a significant rebound in midweek trading, supported by central bank interventions and a surge in local demand. The naira appreciated by 67 basis points in the official market yesterday, closing stronger in a stronger position as liquidity improved. And then looking at the currency performance here at the official market, naira was able to close at 1,357 naira 34 kobo, whereas at the parallel market, or the black market as many choose to call it, yes, it held stable at 1,420 naira. And then looking at the British at the official rate was around 1,715 naira 40 kobo, whereas at the street market it closed for 1,810 naira. And looking at euro at the parallel market, or the street market, many call black market as well, the euro was able to close against the naira at 1,535 naira, whereas at the official rate it went for 1,468 naira 12 kobo. And then a quick market overview. Looking at the official window, the spot rates gained 9.22 naira to settle at 1,357 naira 34 kobo, recovering from a low of 1,366 naira 56 kobo earlier in the week. This recovery was driven by a turnover surge as the CBN continued its tactical liquidity injections. And then looking at the parallel market, the gap between the official and black market rates continue to narrow, but remains around the 60 to 70 naira margin. Sentiment in the street is cautiously optimistic. The official rate climbs, though retail demand for travel and small-scale imports keep the parallel market under slight pressure. And quickly, let's give you a market outlook for today. Yes, for those who want to play the market today, the outlook for today is neutral positive. Yes, neutral positive. While external reserve dipped slightly to 48.33 billion US dollars, the significant drop in global oil prices, talking to Brent falling towards $101 per barrel, may create a double-edged sword. Yes, reducing the cost of refined fuel imports, but potentially slowing forex acceleration, and then expect the naira to trade within the 1,350 to 1,365 naira band today, as the market absorbs the impact of shifting global energy prices and sustained domestic demand. And then quickly moving to the Brent crude, yes, let's get to the energy markets, which witnessed a dramatic shift yesterday as the geopolitical premium on crude prices suffered their steepest one-day decline in months yesterday, as rumors of a diplomatic breakthrough in the Middle East sent shockwaves through the pits. And we're looking at the closing price for Brent, which was plummeted roughly at 7.8%, settling to at $101.27 per barrel, a sharp reversal from the $115 levels, seen just last week. And then looking at intraday volatility at its lowest point during the session, the international benchmark briefly, dipped below the $97 mark before bargain hunters provided a floor. And then market sentiment, shifted following reports that a framework to end the 2-month blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, a critical artery for 20% of global oil, might be on the horizon. The U.S. signal to post naval escorts, dubbed Project Freedom, was, read by traders as a sign of cooling tension. And quickly, here is our market outlook for today. Yes, the outlook for today remains highly volatile as the market awaits confirmation of a ceasefire or a deal. Yeah. Now we are today. We will tell you to watching the ceiling. Yes, expect resistance around the $103 level, while the supply shock weeks to normalize, preventing a total price collapse. And then moving forward, we're looking at the supply versus the market sentiment. If the Pakistani from Tehran is positive, we could see Brent test the $95 support zone today. However, any rhetoric suggesting a breakdown in talks will likely trigger a rapid snapback towards a $110. And then quickly looking at the domestic impact of this global energy changes, for the local economy, this dip offers a double-edged sword. Yes, a potential reduction in the landing cost of refined fuel, but a narrower margin for foreign exchange earnings. So we are letting you to bear in mind that bears have the ball this morning. Yes, the bears have the ball this morning, but in the market, one headline can change everything. So stay sharp. Yeah, stay sharp. And quickly, let's move to the Nigerian commodities market. Yes, to the Nigerian experience there is a split session yesterday as transportation costs began to bake into retail prices, even as wholesale grain prices show signs of cooling. Yes, and then we're looking at staple food prices as at regional levels here. Prices for key staples across the major hubs reflect the ongoing impact of fuel fluctuation on logistics. Enugu, Abuja, and Lagos, the 50 kg bag of local rice and in Abuja it went for 74,000 naira, and Lagos paid a premium at 78,000 naira as always. And looking at Gary, the yellow Gary, the payment of it in Enugu, sells around 2,800 naira for yesterday, and in Abuja and Lagos is always paying a premium at 3,500 naira. And then looking at beans, the Oloi beans, a pint of it, in Enugu went for 4,100 naira, and in Abuja had a bargain at 3,800 naira, and Lagos always a premium attached. And these are the logistic costs, transportation, village, and all that. Lagos paid 4,500. And speaking to yam tubers, the large yam tuber, in Enugu, large yam tuber, is up to 4,500 naira. Abuja with a bargain, being very close to North Central and all that, paid 3,500 naira, and Lagos, a premium always attached, paid 5,200 naira. And then quickly, looking at the Lagos premium, Lagos continues to see the highest prices, for grains and tubers due to the high cost of haulage, from the north. However, vegetable and palm oil prices have softened slightly this week, dropping roughly 15% in southern markets. And looking at the Abuja, saw the most stable. And in Enugu, we'll talk about the Enugu resilience. Yes, in the southeast, local rice remain competitive, though the price of pence of garri, ticked up by 200 naira yesterday as traders started increase their processing cost. And then giving you our commodities outlook for today, we are telling you to expect missed price action today. While the drop in global crude oil prices may eventually lower transportation costs, the immediate effect in the market remains inflationary. Yes, and looking at grain stability, at the FS report suggests wholesale grain prices may hold steady today, but retail traders are likely to maintain a current margin to hedge against future fuel hikes. Then you have to watch out for perishables like tomatoes and peppers. Yes, I expected to see a slight price surge in Lagos and Enugu today due to supply bottleneck reported. Moving on to the international market, yes, the global market witnessed a powerful rally yesterday, with major indices hitting fresh record highs as geopolitical tension eased and the artificial intelligence boom accelerated. Moving to the Wall Street, yes, in USA, Wall Street hits record territory as yesterday. US equities surged on Wednesday as investors, cheered a potential de-escalation in the Middle East and a stellar earning from the semiconductor sector. S&P 500 climbed by 1.46% to close at a record 7,365.12. And looking at Nasdaq Composite, which led the pack with a 2.02% jump, followed by AMD, which soared nearly 19% after crushing earnings expectation. And Dow Jones gained over 600 points, up at 1.24% to finish near the 50,000 mark. And quickly moving to Europe, yes, the European market closed in New York as hopes grew for the reopening of key global trade routes. The FTSE 100 UK surged by 2.15% to close at 10,438.66 points, despite a drag from oil majors as crude prices fell. And thus Germany rose by 2.12%, buoyed by strong performance in the automotive and tech sectors. CAC 40 France was the region's top performer, jumping 2.94% to finish at 8,299.42. Yes, and quickly, for want of time, let's run to the Asian market. Yes, moving to the Asian market, opened a post-holiday. He opened this morning with explosive gains, catching up to the global rally after several regional holidays. Nikkei 225 Japan, skyrocketed over 3.8% in early trade this morning, hitting a historic intraday high above 61,700. Hang Seng of Hong Kong opened up 1.2%, driven by a recovery in mainland tech stocks. It showed steady gains, opening up to 0.20% as domestic sentiment improves. And quickly, let's get to give you our market advice today, and then yes, we'll have to abridge it and then sum everything aspects of the market today. Today's outlook is cautiously optimistic. The goal is to capitalize on the market's recovery while protecting against global energy volatility. So we are telling you to focus, yes, engage in strategic bargain hunting, specifically targeting undervalued blue chip stocks in the banking and telecom sector. And then lean into consumer goods. Yes, lean into consumer goods. Lower global oil prices hovering around $100 should eventually reduce transport overhead and boost corporate margins. And then watch the naira closely. Watch the naira closely. You know, why the official rate has strengthened to 1,357 naira, beyond, beyond the 100 naira, signals a move towards defensive dollar hedged asset. Yes, so the verdict is this: accumulate quality assets on any slight dips. Accumulate quality assets on any slight dips. Avoid chasing the initial morning surge. Yes, avoid chasing the initial morning surge. So the bottom line here is precision. Yes, precision beats volume today. That's the watchword. Precision beats volume today. So focus on the fundamentals and stay liquid. That's the bottom line. Precision beats volume today. Focus on fundamentals and stay liquid. And that's where we'll draw the curtains today on this edition of the Aneke TV market segment. And we are urging you to stay informed, stay ahead, keep your eyes on the numbers. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From to the expanding reach of indigenous industries. Commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Has been tasked with deepening grassroots campaigns against illegal. Fresh concerns have emerged over the security of the 20 INEC and security agencies to safeguard voters, electoral officials, and election materials. He also called for special attention to internally displaced persons and persons living with disabilities to ensure they are not disenfranchised. Meanwhile, opposition parties have rejected any suggestion of deploying military personnel for election duties. Political stakeholders, including the Labour Party, People's Democratic Party, and New Nigeria People's Party, insisted that election security should remain the responsibility of the police and other civil security agencies. Has warned that rising insecurity, poverty, and economic hardship are worsening the living conditions of Nigerians and placing many workers under severe pressure. NLC President Comrade Joe Ajaero said insecurity had disrupted farming, businesses, and investment across several communities, forcing many citizens into internally displaced persons camp and making survival difficult for ordinary Nigerians. Comrade Ajaero also criticized the impact of fuel subsidy removal, noting that increasing fuel and transportation costs had not been matched with improved workers' salaries. He questioned why higher government revenues from crude oil sales had not translated into better welfare for citizens. The Labour leader further expressed concern over multiple taxes and the slow rollout of compressed natural gas infrastructure and electric vehicle alternatives. Meanwhile, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy has maintained that the federal government will not reintroduce fuel subsidy, insisting that market forces should determine fuel prices. A federal high court sitting in Kaduna has granted former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai permission to accept medical treatment outside custody as his corruption and money laundering trials continue. Justice Ruwal Aikawa approved the request after the defense argued that the former governor required urgent dental and eye treatment at designated private medical facilities in Abuja. The court, however, directed the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, to closely supervise all hospital visits and ensure that the former governor is returned to custody immediately after treatment. Although the court had earlier granted Malam El-Rufai bail in the sum of 200 million naira, he remains in custody pending the fulfillment of his bail conditions. The matter is expected to resume for further ruling on bail variation applications. The Department of State Services, DSS, says the recent 100 million naira against the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, was a personal legal action initiated by two of its operators and not an institutional lawsuit by the service. In a statement, the DSS explained that the officers approached the court after SERAP accused them of unlawfully invading and harassing staff at its Abuja office in 2024. The service said an internal investigation cleared the officers of wrongdoing before approval was granted for legal action. The Federal Capital Territory High Court ruled in favor of the officers and awarded 100 million naira damages against SERAP, alongside a 10% annual interest until full payment is made. The court also ordered the organization to publish public apologies in national newspapers and broadcast platforms. SERAP has rejected the judgment, describing it as a threat to civic space and freedom of expression. The organization confirmed that its legal team has commenced the appeal process at the Court of Appeal. The Joint Investigation Center at Giwa Barracks in Maiduguri has concluded investigations into 1,450 suspected Boko Haram and ISWAP members arrested in connection with terrorism-related offenses. Commander of the center, Brigadier General Yusuf Aliyu Audu, said more than 500 suspects had already been transferred for prosecution, while several convictions had been secured through the Federal High Court. General Audu explained that the center operates as a multi-agency facility involving the Nigerian Army, Nigeria Police Force, Department of State Services, and legal representatives from the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation to ensure proper case handling and prosecution. He added that some detainees are undergoing rehabilitation and vocational training in areas including tailoring, fish farming, and bakery, while international partners such as International Committee of the Red Cross, UNICEF, and the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime continue to support welfare and rehabilitation programs at the facility. The National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, has uncovered a child trafficking syndicate operating under the guise of orphanage care in Enugu State. Operatives of the agencies rescued 2 minors during a targeted operation following intelligence reports linking a 51-year-old suspect identified as Thas to the illegal sale of children. NAPTIP said investigations revealed that the children were allegedly sold to the suspect's relative, raising concerns over the exploitation of vulnerable minors through informal care arrangements. The agency confirmed that the rescued children are receiving medical attention and psychological support, while investigations continue to identify other members of the trafficking network and ensure that all those involved are brought to justice. Former Kano State Governor and immediate past national chairman of the All Progressive Congress (APC), Alhaji Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, says only the Supreme Court can resolve the ongoing Kano emirship dispute. In a statement issued yesterday, Alhaji Ganduje dismissed reports suggesting that he had endorsed Muhammadu Sanusi II during a recent public function. He explained that addressing Sanusi by his traditional title was purely out of respect and protocol. The former governor urged all parties involved in the dispute to respect the directive of the Court of Appeal, maintaining the status quo pending the final determination of the case by the Supreme Court. Alhaji Ganduje stated that Aminu Ado Bayero remains recognized as the 15th Emir of Kano, while Muhammadu Sanusi II retains recognition as the 14th Emir until Apex Court delivers its final judgment on the matter. The federal government has called on religious and traditional leaders to promote peace and discourage actions capable of triggering violence ahead of the 2027 general elections. Secretary to the government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, made the call during a meeting of the Nigerian Interreligious Council, (NIREC), in Abuja, attended by the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar III, and President of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, Archbishop Daniel Oko. Senator Akume said religious institutions, traditional rulers, and youth organizations have a moral responsibility to strengthen grassroots mobilization, peaceful coexistence, and voter education before, during, and after the elections. The SGF stressed the importance of religious tolerance, dialogue, and mutual understanding in sustaining national unity, noting that Nigeria's diversity should serve as a source of strength rather than division. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. NLC raises alarm over rising insecurity, poverty, and economic hardship in Nigeria. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, United Kingdom imposes sanctions on networks recruiting Nigerians for Russia's war in Ukraine. And on the business news, federal government flags of 545 billion naira Carter Bridge reconstruction project in Lagos.
"7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives, from moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The United Kingdom has imposed sanctions on 35 individuals and entities accused of recruiting vulnerable foreign nationals, including Nigerians, to support Russia's war efforts in Ukraine. The British High Commission said the affected networks allegedly lured migrants with false promises of better opportunities before deploying them to frontline combat roles or forced labor in drone production facilities. United Kingdom Sanctions Minister Stephen Doherty described the practice as inhuman, stating that many recruits are sent into dangerous conditions with little or no military training. Among those sanctioned is Polina Alexandrovna Azina, accused of facilitating the movement of recruits from countries including Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and Egypt to the war front in Ukraine. The sanctions also targeted Pavel Nikitin, whose company is linked to the production of VT-40 attack drones reportedly used in operations against Ukrainian targets. In addition, firms based in China and Thailand accused of supplying drone components were included in the latest restrictions announced by the UK government. British Deputy High Commissioner in Abuja, Mrs. Gil Lever, warned Nigerians against fraudulent foreign recruitment schemes, including the Alabugar Start program. She stressed that the sanctions are aimed at disrupting networks exploiting vulnerable people, while the UK continues to increase pressure on Russia over the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. United States President Donald Trump has signed a new national counterterrorism strategy aimed at dismantling international drug cartels and addressing emerging security threats within and outside the United States. White House Counterterrorism Director Sebastian Gorka said the policy prioritizes the protection of the American homeland and the disruption of criminal networks involved in drug trafficking and human smuggling. Gorka explained that the strategy seeks to weaken the operational capacity of drug cartels by restricting the movement of narcotics, weapons, and trafficking victims across U.S. borders. The announcement follows recent military-backed counter-nicotine operations in parts of the Americas. The new policy also focuses on domestic extremist threats. According to the White House, federal agencies will intensify investigations into violent groups and organizations accused of promoting politically motivated violence. Authorities said the strategy applies to all violent extremist movements regardless of ideological affiliation. Beyond domestic concerns, the United States reaffirmed its commitment to countering global terrorist organizations, including Al-Qaeda, while all monitoring threats linked to Iran and tensions in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. officials are expected to hold further consultations with international partners on coordinated security measures. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky has accused Russia of rejecting efforts towards peace after Moscow allegedly ignored a ceasefire proposal put forward by Kyiv beginning May 6th. Ukrainian authorities claimed Russian forces carried out more than 1,800 violations, including airstrikes and drone attacks across several regions. Officials in Ukraine said the attacks affected areas including Sumy, Kryvyi, and Zaporizhzhia, where residential buildings and public infrastructure reportedly sustained damage. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha criticized Russia's proposed May 8 to 9th truce ahead of its Victory Day celebrations, describing it as insincere. Russia, however, has maintained the security threats remain high ahead of the annual military parade in Moscow. Russian authorities warned diplomatic missions in Kyiv to review safety measures amid concerns over possible escalation during the commemorative period. The renewed hostilities come as international efforts to broker a ceasefire remained stalled. Ukrainian officials insist that any peace arrangement must guarantee the protection of civilians and national sovereignty, while Russia continues preparations for its World War II Victory Day. The federal government has awarded the contract of the construction of a new Qatar bridge in Lagos to China's Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, CCECC. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, disclosed that the project, valued as 545 billion naira, became necessary following structural investigations that revealed severe defects beneath the existing bridge. Umahi explained that underwater assessments showed major displacements of the bridge supporting piles, posing serious safety concerns. He said engineers conclude that constructing a new bridge would be more cost-effective and safer than rehabilitating the aging colonial-era structure. Governor Petermbah of Enugu State has announced plans to construct a 660-megawatt coal-fired power plant as part of efforts to expand electricity supply and drive industrial growth in the state. The governor says groundbreaking for the project is scheduled for July 2026. Speaking on initiative, Governor Mbah explained that the project aligns with the administration's target of growing the state's economy and positioning Enugu as a major industrial and technology hub. He added that the power plant is expected to be completed within 24 months. The governor stated that feasibility studies and acquisition of core assessments had already been concluded to ensure the long-term sustainability of the project. He also noted that the coal deposits in Enugu contain low sulfur content, which he said will reduce environmental impact compared to conventional coal sources. Organized private sector groups, including the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria and the National Employers Consultative Association, have expressed support for the initiative. The Enugu state government has commenced strict enforcement against motorists driving against traffic, popularly known as one-way driving. The Commissioner for Transport in the state, Dr. Obi Ozo, announced that offenders will now face a 500,000 naira fine as part of measures to improve road safety. The Commissioner said that this decision followed increasing cases of accidents and traffic violations across major roads in the state. Despite ongoing investments in road infrastructure, he identified areas such as Penox and Abakba as major flashpoints for dangerous driving practices. Dr. Ozo further disclosed that offenders would undergo mandatory psychiatric evaluation to determine possible substance abuse or behavioral issues linked to reckless driving. He explained that rehabilitation may be recommended before the release of impounded vehicles in some cases. The Lagos State Parking Authorities says motorists will begin paying for on-street parking before the end of 2026 as part of efforts to reduce traffic congestion and improve urban mobility across the state. General Manager of the agency, Adebisi Adelabu, disclosed this during a stakeholders' engagement in Ikeja. He said the pilot phase of the on-street parking scheme would commence in selected high-traffic areas before expansion to other parts of Lagos. According to Adelabu, the initiative is expected to discourage discriminate roadside parking, improve traffic flow, and create employment opportunities for residents. He added that the authorities receive legal backing from local government councils to coordinate parking management across the state. Lagos revived their Nigerian National League Super 4 campaign with a 2-0 victory over Ranchers Bees in Ikenne on Wednesday. Both sides entered the match seeking recovery after losing their opening fixtures. After a goalless first half, Koyum Akimpelu opened scoring for Lagos in the 47th minute with a well-taken strike that gave his side control of the counter. Lagos doubled the lead in the 17th minute after Akimpelu won a penalty following a foul inside the box. Team captain Bayo Oyedele converted from the spot to secure all 3 points for the Lagos-based side. The result eliminated Ranchers Bees from the title contention and sets up a decisive Lagos derby between Lagos and Sporting Lagos on Friday as the competition reaches its final stage. Former Big Brother Naija housemate and actress Oluwa Bambike Oluwami Adenukubayon, popularly known as Bam Bam, has received a YouTube Silver Creator Award after surpassing 100,000 subscribers on the video sharing platform. Bam Bam shared news of the achievements on her social media platforms, expressing appreciation to her supporters known as the Bam family for their continued encouragement and loyalty. The reality television star has recently expanded her career in digital content creation, acting, and event hosting. She also made her hosting debut as the 11th African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards Cultural Day event organized by ONGA. And finally, before we go on the news around the globe, a recap of the top stories that make up the news. The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has expressed deep concern over worsening insecurity, rising poverty, and economic hardship across the country. The UK government, through its sanctions minister, Mr. Stephen Doherty, described the activities as inhuman, alleging that victims are deceived with promises of better opportunities before being deployed to dangerous combat zones or forced labor in drone production facilities. The British Deputy High Commissioner to Nigeria, Ms. Gil Lever, has urged Nigerians to be cautious of foreign recruitment schemes such as a Labugo Start program, warning that they are often linked to exploitation and human trafficking networks. In the business sector, the federal government has officially flagged off the 545 billion naira reconstruction of the Carter Bridge in Lagos. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I am Onyechi. Thank you for watching.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Nigeria's democracy is evolving, but its opposition politics is under growing pressure. Across the political landscape, shifting alliances, internal dispute, and allegations of interference are reshaping the balance of power. At the heart of it all lies a deeper question. What truly defines opposition politics in Nigeria today? Ideology, ambition, or survival? The opposition space in Nigeria is currently marked by fragmentation and contestation. In recent political cycles, key opposition figures such as Mr. Peterobi and Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso have remained influential in shaping national discourse. However, the parties and structures around them continue to experience internal dispute and realignments. Within some opposition parties, leadership disagreements have escalated into parallel claims of authority, court interventions, and factional control struggles, creating uncertainty over legitimacy and direction. These developments have weakened cohesion and raised questions about whether opposition platforms are consolidating or continuously fragmenting. One of the defining features of Nigeria's current political environment is the frequency of defections. In recent months, lawmakers at both federal and state levels have switched party affiliations ahead of the 2027 political cycle, often citing consultations with stakeholders or constituency interests. While such movements are framed as political strategy, critics argue they reflect a deeper absence of ideological consistency. The result is a fluid opposition space where political alignment is often temporal and party identity increasingly negotiable. Alongside internal instability, opposition actors continue to raise questions about the broader political environment. There have been repeated allegations of heightened regulatory scrutiny, restrictions on political mobilization, and selective application of administrative processes affecting opposition activity. In several instances, legal disputes over party leadership have reached the courts, further intensifying tensions within opposition structures. While official institutions maintain that due process is being followed, opposition voices argue that the cumulative effect creates an uneven political playing field, one that shapes the limits of competition. These claims remain politically sensitive, but they continue to influence perceptions of fairness in the democratic process. While political actors navigate internal disputes and strategic realignments, public frustration continues to deepen. Rising inflation, insecurity in parts of the country, unemployment, and cost of living pressures have intensified dissatisfaction among citizens. For many Nigerians, opposition politics appears increasingly distant from everyday concerns, focused more on structure and positioning than on immediate national challenges. This disconnect is contributing to declining trust in political institutions and growing skepticism about the effectiveness of both ruling and opposition parties. The implications of a weakened opposition are significant for Nigeria's democracy. A fragmented opposition reduces the capacity for consistent oversight, weakens policy alternatives, and can diminish electoral competitiveness. Analysts warn that without ideological clarity and organizational stability, opposition parties risk becoming reactive rather than reform-driven. In such a context, democratic accountability becomes harder to sustain. Nigeria's opposition stands as a defining moment, caught between ambition and ideology, between internal fragmentation and external pressure, and between political strategy and public expectation. As defections continue and institutional tensions persist, the central question remains unresolved. Can Nigeria's opposition evolve into a stable, ideologically grounded force, or will it remain shaped by shifting alliances and recurring crises? The answer will significantly influence the trajectory of Nigeria's democracy in the years ahead.
Morning headlines before you step out. midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please and greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose, bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say the river that forgets its source will surely dry up. Well, the sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we're here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. Thank you for letting us into your beautiful space this morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Thursday, 7th of May 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning full of latest news, weather, business, stock updates, hot topics, and that's Sunrise Pack to help you on the day.
So, relax. Grab that cup of coffee or tea. Enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, the debates.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later, we may step aside and unleash the sports oracle and worldwide to give you information and updates on the sports world. However, before we continue, let us apologize for coming late on the program this morning. Please bear with us.
All right, we start today's edition of Sunrise with our quote of the day, and it is a quote from Agatha Christie. The quote says, "The man who is too self-important to vote is like the cook who is too important to roast the steak." The man who is too self-important to vote is like the cook who is too important to roast the steak. This quote is from Agatha Christie. It simply means that someone who does not value or who thinks that he is going to be exempted from voting or from contributing to the decision making in the society. I mean, when we talk about voting, you're talking about a way or a process where people choose or elect their leaders. This is happening in different categories. There's one where people come together to appoint, but there's one people engage to get the leaders, to appoint or to, choose who will represent them in various level of the society, be it government or other institutions. So if someone is so important to vote, he considers himself that he does not, he cannot participate in this. Agatha Christie has likened the person as someone who is too important to, a cook, a chef who is too important to, make the meat, get it ready. So that means that at the end of the day, the person will face the consequences whatsoever you see, because some people will come out to say bad leadership, they will come out to scream that, but they have not decided or they are not planning to make a mark in the next coming election. So Agatha Christie is encouraging us this morning to take away the self-importance and have a general view of what is going to happen, that our participation is needed and we must count and our votes should count.
All right, looking at Agatha Christie, who has taken us through a task to know that there's nothing worth more than not participating in the election. And I will tell you this morning, irrespective of where you're watching from, be it Ogige Market in Osoka, or be it a market in Enugu, or Arere Market in Aba, or International Market Alaba, or wherever you are and you are a Nigerian, we are telling you this morning that we are here to witness or see a man whose generation next is not important to, who feels more important, who feels more self-important than the future of his children. If you value that future, please get into the process, participate. It is our civic responsibility. Let us choose the leaders that we need so that we can bequeath a future that the generation next will be proud of.
All right, we take a short break and we'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in Southeast today.
Good morning, Awka, Anambra State. The morning opens with warm air around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, the kind of weather that feels calm before the real heat arrives. By afternoon, temperatures rise sharply to about 33 degrees to 35 degrees, and the sun will definitely make its presence known in Awka. Later in the day, thick clouds begin to gather and thunderstorms are likely, bringing a refreshing evening and a cooler, calmer night.
Good morning, Coal City, and welcome to Enugu. Enugu starts the day very calm, at temperatures ranging between 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, the temperature climbs up to about 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Rain is expected earlier here.
Good morning, Abakaleke. Ebonyi State. Ebonyi starts cool at about 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. The state is expected to heat up quickly, and by afternoon temperatures may rise to about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius, making it one of the hottest spots in the region today. Later, strong thunderstorms are expected to arrive, bringing relief and a much cooler night.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri wakes up to a warm and humid weather at about 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, temperature reaches about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius. And later, rain and light thunderstorms are expected.
Good morning, Omar here. The morning begins mild and comfortable around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. As the afternoon develops, temperatures move up to 31 to 33 degrees Celsius in Omahia. Evening rain showers are likely, helping to wash away the day's heat and leaving the night cool and relaxing.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do keep an umbrella handy. And remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise and Aneke TV. We'll take a short break. I will return with more updates. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today. The Nation, The Punch, The Vanguard, The Sun and The Guardian newspapers.
And joining us this morning is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, one who is a development communication expert, helping us to debone and with deeper insight on issues. Emeka Odom, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Once again, thank you.
All right.
I'm glad to be here. Good morning to our listeners, viewers all over the world.
All right. My signature question, how is Nigeria treating you?
Well, Nigeria is treating me good, I must tell you. Like I always tell you, I'm a very positive person, even in the midst of very difficult times. I try as much as possible to be very hopeful, because hope is actually what keeps you going. Even in the midst of things, uncertainties, for instance, you are, no matter how comfortable and how assured, and confident you may be, somebody will give you appointment for tomorrow, and you will gladly fix appointment. But how sure are you, that you will live to see tomorrow? If you're not hopeful, you're only going to keep that appointment. You're only going to make that appointment, make plans, do things because you're hopeful and you believe that tomorrow, will come. And so that's what keeps us going. Well, of course, that's not to deny the various verisimilitudes of, of the Nigerian state, I must tell you.
All right. The word is hopeful, and it's good to see patriotic Nigerians, and we are all hopeful.
All right, we go on the Punch headline, which says, Amupiton security consign. Opposition keys against troop deployment for 2027 elections. Now on the Guardian headline, we have 85% PHCs in distress without doctors despite 55.4 billion naira budget in 4 years. On the Nation newspaper, we have lawmakers defection no threat to our victory, says Yuwatda. Now on the Vanguard headline, we have hardship, insecurity, poverty pushing Nigerians to brink, Nigerian Labour Congress warns. Now on the Daily Trust, we have meningitis kills 33 children in Sokoto. Now on the Daily Sun, we have Plateau, many killed as gunmen attack mourners at mass burial. We look at the Punch headline, which says Amupiton's security consign, opposition kicks against troop deployment for 2027 elections. Opposition parties are opposing proposed troop deployment for the 2027 elections following security concerns raised by Amupiton, arguing that heavy military presence could intimidate voters and undermine the credibility and fairness of the electoral process.
All right. Before we get into that conversation, let me call for the video clip where we'll listen to Amupiton and the IG of police.
I wish to commence this visit by formally congratulating the Inspector General of Police. Your leadership at this crucial period is highly appreciated. And we are confident that your vast experience with listening to your very rich background to the dedication will greatly enhance our collective efforts towards ensuring a safe and secure electoral process. As we prepare for 2027 general election, which is the main reason why we are here this morning, because the Nigerian police is at the head of electoral security. So as we prepare for the election, which I am sure you're already aware is scheduled for the 16th of January, 2027 for the presidential election, as well as 6th of February, 2027 for the governorship and houses of assembly elections all over Nigeria. I would like to formally inform you of our ongoing preparations and seek your invaluable support in ensuring a peaceful, transparent, and credible elections. And this, I believe, is what Nigerians deserve at this time. Elections are a cornerstone of democracy, and their success hinges significantly on the effective collaboration between the security agencies and the electoral authorities. This roadmap resulting from the commencement of the electoral activities is not just an administrative timeline. It is a security trigger. We have released our timetable and schedule of activities for the election. Political parties are currently holding their wards, congresses, and conventions. And very soon, and pursuant to Section 84 of the Electoral Act 2026, they will be conducting their primaries for the elections, so as to be able to nominate the candidate for the various elective positions.
Very senior officers here present, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. We are very happy to have you here today. In fact, we have been looking forward to meeting.
All right, that's the much we could take from that clip, the full package, so that you follow us. However, Mr. Odom, the INEC chairman, Josh Amupiton, is speaking to concerns around insecurity and our election. Let's get your opinion.
Yes, the INEC chairman, is a Nigerian, and he's one that has been in this country. In fact, as a matter of fact, it doesn't even need to be Professor Josh Amupiton. Anybody, I believe, even you or myself or anyone else, who is given this kind of task, will be very much concerned about security. because we have been in this country, we are aware of our environment. We know our trajectory here. So it is not out of place that he's expressing that concern. That's number one. Then number two, he also tried to paying a courtesy visit to the Inspector General of Police. Is expected because if you look at the INEC, if you're someone who is very much familiar with INEC headquarters in Lagos, in Abuja, the security department particularly, there's somebody at the rank of deputy commissioner of police or assistant commissioner of police, or within that, who works and who is deployed in that place. So that tells you that security is at the heartbeat of elections, and of course we know what usually happens there. So it's normal that the Inspector General of Police, I expect him not just to pay this visit, not just to the Inspector General of Police, to all other sister agencies that will be providing security services, during the elections period, because the election is a very, very important part of. If there's no election, if there's no security, it's going to impact negatively on the elections. And so, as the head of the agency that is saddled with the responsibility to organize elections, he should be able to galvanize and rally other agencies as well that will play a complementary role to ensure that we have a very hitch-free election. So it's very much expected and it's very much in order.
All right. There is this concern, especially with the opposition, that the INEC and the security agencies are thinking about militarizing the election by sending soldiers to man electoral points.
Yes, well, I didn't hear the INEC chairman mention, that soldiers are going to be deployed. I didn't hear him say so. But if that is the plan, now the thing is number one. Again, I have to, we've been in this country. This is not the first time we have seen in this country where military are deployed to assist in election security. Now, I also know that it has always been a very controversial issue each time it happens. Not minding the fact that our country as it is today, the military is playing a very important and key role in maintaining security. But the question to ask is that when it comes to election, to what extent? Because see, when we talk about maintaining security, if you have military at their usual checkpoints, for me that's still okay. But asking the military to guide or bringing them to a certain, to a certain radius to a polling unit is a different ballgame entirely. And so when people say we want to militarize our electoral process, to what extent that needs to be defined? Are you saying that when each polling unit there has to be a military man there? Because election is purely a civil activity. Yes, civil activity, but we also know that people with all kinds of agendas can, cause chaos and create insecurity around that area. Are you also saying that the policemen that we have can't take care of that particular one as it is? So these are the various issues. But let the government come out officially to say they want to deploy soldiers to the elections because of course you know that the opposition is there. Sometimes they cry foul. Sometimes they get an idea of what the government is planning to do and they blow it up maybe as a way to pressure government to drop the policy and things like that. But first and foremost, let us hear from the official authorities that military men will be deployed. We'll probably raise some questions and also offer our own advice because this is not the first time it's happening and we need to tread very cautiously.
All right. There is this concern concerning violence and insecurity as regards our election. But I'm asking, should we not be more concerned about the threats, from vote buying, vote trading, and vote buying in our election? I think these pose, if not at the same level, but similar threats to democracy in Nigeria.
Yes, you see, the security comes in. Of course, every insecurity is a threat to human existence. That's very, even to the extent that there are insecurity issues. When you expand insecurity, you begin to include the human aspect of it. However, even within security agencies will tell you also that even within the phase of insecurity, you categorize them. You know, when you come to election, vote buying is a negative perspective. It cannot be encouraged, and nobody should encourage it. It undermines the basic principle, the cardinal principles of democracy, you know, to exercise a free will. Now, that is number one. Not only vote buying, you know, undue intimidation. In fact, you can't be even canvassing for votes within the perimeters of the electoral, the polling booth. Is also not good, because these are things that the law frowns at, you know. However, when you talk about insecurity, you cannot compare the negative threat of a man who wants to buy votes. It can't compare, as bad as it is, it can't compare you to a man who brings a gun to intimidate or to threaten people at the polling booth. The two of them are bad, but you will agree with me that one needs to be taken care of fast and quick before the other. I mean, if you have to prioritize it. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about. So that's the way it is. It's like you are in your house, you know. You see a scorpion, you know, you see a centipede, and you see a snake. I don't think anybody will tell you, as much as you need to eliminate the three of them, because none of them is good for you and your family, but your natural senses will tell you they want to take it, they want to deal with first. So that's the way it is.
Okay, one thing we agree on here is that both poses a serious threat to democracy.
Yes.
Here, however, from your experience, what are the things you expect in this coming election, from the processes to the election proper, under the new chairman of INEC?
You see, the thing is, there are things that have been very recurrent in our elections over the years. Although in some elections, it has we have witnessed the worst of. I mean, we have seen it far more entrenched in some elections, and we also seen less of it in some other elections. However, if you study our elections, you know that these are things these are recurring decimals. These are common things. So naturally, as long as the election is coming up, you naturally expect those things to happen. The only thing is that you pray that the authorities will have to do something to curb them. And also, you know, for those of us who are following events, monitoring events, you know, you see them, there's something we call early warning, you know, for people who study conflict, you know, and people into conflict and resolution studies or scholars. There's something they tell you, there's something that's called early warning. And so those early warnings are signals, you know. So they are meant to alert you, to say, look, hey, with what I'm seeing here, this is likely where this thing is heading to, right? Because they have studied it over time, and usually when it begins and nothing is done, this is where it's headed. And so when you begin to see a lot of those things happening, you don't need anybody to tell you. And so in our politics, there are early warnings. And for someone like me, like I said, who is very much interested, I told you that I'm doing a study now, a very extensive study, you know, looking at the language and rhetorics of politicians and their acolytes and their aides and their supporters, their very close supporters. I'm not talking of party supporters. I'm not talking of supporters from a very remote angle, you know, just a man on the street, no. But those who work very closely with these principal actors, the kind of rhetorics and their political language and the, you know, things they say each time they are given opportunity to address the public or to make public statements, you know, these are things that can engineer or instigate conflict. And we're beginning to see so, because I'm doing a study in that area now. And over the time, they were there in 2011, they were there in 2014, they were there in 2000. So we see they were there in 2023. You see them over time. And when you begin to see those things reoccur, of course you know that, look, these are danger signals. And you begin to point attention to say, look, both security agencies, both INEC, both the leadership, the political leadership of the country, if nothing is done, people are going to hit up the polity. And the moment you hit up the polity, it's like you're in a football pitch. right? And so the two goalkeepers are at various ends, manning the goalpost.
Yes.
The other footballers are in the 20 of them. I mean, the 20 of them are on the pitch running around. Now there's a referee who is there. So the job of the referee is to ensure that there's fairness. Everybody plays by the rule.
Yeah.
Now, if a player goes rough, beyond what the law allows on another player, if the referee refuses to take action, it only becomes an encouragement for another person to either repeat the same thing or for the victim to go for a revenge. And once that happens, lawlessness is what? Loose upon the pitch. And the game will not begin to, you no longer be a football, it will not drift into something else. And so that is why once that thing is noticed, the referee must take action. And so that's why when we see a lot of these early warning signs, we raise alarm to say, look, hey, these languages that these people are using, this kind of rhetorics doesn't promote peaceful electoral process. So what we are seeing now, we just hope that those in authorities will act very fast, because if it is allowed, God forbid, we may see a repeat of what happened in 2023, which none of us will pray it doesn't happen.
Yes. All right, we'll take a look at the Vanguard headline, which says hardship, insecurity, poverty pushing Nigerians to brink. Nigerian Labour Congress warns. It says the Nigerian Labour Congress has warned that worsening insecurity, rising poverty and economic hardship are pushing many Nigerians to extreme hardship, urging the government to take urgent measures to improve living conditions and restore stability.
All right. Yes, of course, that Nigerian Labour Congress over time has become a mouthpiece of the people, even though they are meant to speak for those who are in employment, organized labor, the Nigerian workers, people in the organized labor. But somehow, because the rest of Nigerians probably do not have any other umbrella body or any other platform, so the Nigerian worker, the Nigerian Labour Congress has somehow become de facto mouthpiece of the people. But I do not think that the Nigerian Labour Congress needs to shout it before anybody knows. We all are feeling the heat. No matter where you are, whether you're working for the government or you're working for the private sector, or you're even not working at all, whether you're working in an organized sector or not, everybody's feeling the heat. I do not understand the reason why an average person, you probably use about an average of in a week, use an average of 50 to 60,000 naira, fuel your car. Use another something close to that amount to fuel the generator you use in your house if you must have light. The alternative to that is darkness, and that is just one minor aspect of your expenses. And you pay school fees, very high school fees, very high house rents if you don't have a house of your own. The cost of food is so expensive. So when you aggregate all of these things together, what impact does it have on the breadwinner of the family? That is the truth. These are our society is not looking at this aspect. You see, when they say if you make a peaceful change impossible, you only create to open the door for people to begin to think of different other ways. When we talk about corruption in this country, have we ever bothered to ask what are the indices that are fueling corruption? Nobody bothers to ask about, because see, some people will tell you that a man must leave. Go to the nation's capital today. You see people, civil servants whose salaries are probably not more than 200,000 naira, in a month. But see the kind of lifestyle that they live. Because you see, this is what corruption has driven everybody into. Because the way the people want to survive, people want to live, people want to meet up with objectives, people want to meet up with life expectations. So that is the way it is. Corruption is really, hardship is really dealing with Nigeria. And the other side of hardship is also that for those who don't even have anywhere to go to earn a living, it has a tendency to fuel insecurity. We must pay attention to that. I remember when the current chief of the current Minister of Defense now, when he was chief of defense staff, he did say in one of the dissents, he did say that look, that the government must pay attention to good governance. Because when you talk about non-kinetic approach to the fight against insecurity, what we are really talking about, the main thing, the main component there is not to go and start negotiating with the criminals. The main component there is good governance. I can tell you that, see, even if you see a man who is a criminal, whether he's an armed robber, whether he's a miscreant, whether he's an area boy, whatever, you know, and you successfully talk him out of that trade and make him see why he should live a responsible and reasonable life and contribute to society. And at the end of the day, he has no work to do. He has no means of to earn a living. How can you really succeed in that? The man will just, the highest he can give you is 1 month. If he's patient enough to wait for 1 month, if he doesn't have any means to feed or to solve his problems, he goes back to the trade. And of course, he's likely to be far more deadly. So that's the way it is. Hardship is really dealing with Nigerians, and that's one area that government must pay attention to very critically, not just making political statements.
Yes, not just making political statement, because from the point of an average Nigerian, you see this happening daily. I think I watched a vox pop from a particular station where some people were complaining about how there have been, price of things have increased. And then you talked about food, how food is very costly. I can remember by this time last year, around June, July, things were moderate in markets. But right now it's not actually the same. Now, Nigerian Labour Congress warning that there's where Nigeria, not just the economy now, but now the people are going into a that place where they have been pushed to the wall and they cannot do anything. And you know what happens when there's all these issues? Things will increase. Criminality, there will be increase of theft. Then there are other issues, like you mentioned. There will be crime will increase, and if crime does not increase, what will increase? The people will revolt. This is how we have seen it. It happened somewhere where people will now blame the government, even though indirectly the world is actually having some issues as an economy around the globe. There are issues here and there. But then I think what will come after this will be, if there's nothing that government brings to the table, what will happen is that people will revolt, and that people revolting will be a massive one. That's why we're actually pleading with the government to see. That's why NLC is actually wanting to. Yeah, see, the thing is, yes, you said it right. The world there are issues all over the world now. I mean, very, very, very clear and known to everyone. The problems they're having in the Gulf. But the point is that there will always be issues. Yes. In fact, there has always been issues. This is not the first time you have a disruption in the world, oil flow. This is not the first time. Remember that not long ago. I mean, when you say these things, it looks as if in the First Republic, in the 60s, in this and that. This is not like we all saw the Gulf War of 1990s very clearly, and we also saw a second one when the George Bush Jr. eventually came. The crisis that took away Saddam Hussein and the invasion of Kuwait, Iraq, and so you see, these are issues that have disrupted the world oil flow, and each time it happens, naturally we have a ripple effect. The world depends very, very, very largely on crude oil for energy, for energy supply. Now, the question is, when it happens, then what happens? When there's a disruption in the world economic system, what happens? Remember that what we are seeing now probably may not be worse during the economic crisis. When President Olusegun Obasanjo was there, we saw a major world economic recession that practically every other country, that's number one. Then we also saw the COVID-19 that came sometime in 2020. These were things that disrupted the world economic system. But somehow Nigerians were able to, live through it. Yeah. And if you ask me, quite frankly, I do not think that the level of hardship we are seeing now, that we saw it then, even though things were also not, at par during that time. So that is why
the government. You know, that is the reason. I will tell you a simple story that at the time, I think this was within the 14th or 15th century. At the time, Rome was in constant war with Carthage.
Yes, yes.
The king of Carthage, on a particular night, the Romans came, killed most of the citizens, the males. In the morning, one of the Carthage women saw that her son had died. Her son had been killed. She cried and came to the king. She was wailing and wailing and wailing, to the extent that the king became disturbed. The king came out and asked the woman, say, he said, woman, what would you want me to do? You know that the country is in turmoil. You know what the woman said? He said, because you are the king, you assured me that I should go to bed and sleep, that you watch over the city. Right? That underscores the responsibility of those in the position of leadership. You see, leadership does not show itself when everything is normal and things are rosy and going well. It's in very difficult times. How well are you able to plan so that the people are stabilized?
All right, Mr. Aneke, just a very quick one. We all agree that the rising insecurity, deepening poverty, worsening economic condition, you know, that is pushing the people inside the outer periphery of the survival circle. But more often, people tend to point towards the manner in which subsidy was removed. And let me get your insight. Would you encourage the return to subsidy, being that many equally argue that they do not see the effect on the economy and where this is being plunged back, despite the fact that the new finance minister and coordinating minister of the economy, you know, is still insisting that subsidy is not coming back?
You see, the question you just asked now, you know, is one that has drawn a very long debate for a very long time, and I know that probably time will not permit us to go into that very fully. As a public affairs analyst and as a journalist, you know, as a media person, I have constantly made my positions very clear. I do not think it was proper to remove the fuel subsidy in Nigeria. Point blank. No country in the world, we all have access to, you know, world data spheres. You could find out either through ChatGPT, through Google, through research, wherever you want to find out. No country in the world allows or completely leaves their energy security to be determined by market forces. Now, in Nigeria here, in the price of commodities and basic services. And to make things worse, that was immediately followed by a devaluation of the naira. That's like a double stroke. So I quite frankly, I don't want to, you know, it's a very long debate. I believe that what the government needed to do was to, first and foremost, because there has been this controversy as per what really is the actual subsidy that government spends, not the figures that are bandied here and there. I remember during the government of President Goodluck Jonathan, during the panel on the National Assembly panel on fuel subsidy, we saw all kinds of revelations there. Even the basic, even the principal government agencies who were involved in the issue of subsidy, many of them could not even agree on the number of petroleum, you know, fuel liters that are consumed locally in Nigeria. Practically all of them came with different figures. NNPC came with a different figure. Nigerian Petroleum Price Regulatory Agency then came up with a different figure. Nigerian Upstream Regulatory Agency came up with a different figure, and all kinds of figures. So there's still and I could remember then that, as a matter of fact, the DG of the CG, the Controller General of Customs, Colonel Hamid, retired, who came up during the he came in one day in one of the public appearances to say that, look, that all the figures they were giving concerning the number of the liters of petroleum consumed in this country, that they were not reliable. Nobody could ascertain it. So the first thing was even to, number one, ascertain how many liters of fuel is consumed in Nigeria on a daily basis. You get the figure, and everybody, it will be a publicly known figure. Then you now determine how much is being subsidized. So when you determine these things, you know, then the government will now have to probably look at the subsidy with many other aspects to say, well, government A, B, C, D. Because, okay, let's even leave that aside. Since the current crisis in the Gulf started, Nigeria makes more money because very obviously the 2026 budget is predicated at, was it $63 per barrel or so? $64 per barrel. Now, but you and I know that since this crisis started, a barrel of oil has not been sold lower than $80 or so. I mean, it's around 90 or it has even gone up to 120.
Yes. 115, 130.
Now, all of these surpluses, why are Nigerians left? Because see, this surpluses simply means that since we are not refining enough, since our refining capacity is not enough, thanks to Dangote refinery, what it simply means is that there's still an element of import. So why are Nigerians left to buy fuel, you know, at a very high cost? Why the government sells more and makes more money from? Couldn't there be a balance of what you take from the excesses you are doing from here and see how you can balance it all to make life easier for Nigerians? But that's not happening. So you see, all of this economic pressure on the average Nigerian, it doesn't tell well for, you know, life expectancy. It doesn't tell well for economic growth. It doesn't tell well for the well-being of Nigerians. Remember that security and welfare of citizens, these are the two crucibles upon which the social contract is established.
All right, and that's a wrap on this edition of Newspaper Review. Thank you very much for joining in, and also you can grab your favorite copy of your newspaper from your nearest vendor or catch the full details online. This is where we are calling it a day. I am Good Hope Chukuma. It's always a pleasure.
And Mr. Emeka Odom, it's always a pleasure having you on the Sunrise.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for those deep insights. And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise and Aneke TV, we say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist. Insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment initiatives like N-Power, combined with university-private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Hello, good morning, welcome to this edition of Sports Wrap on Aneke TV. I'm your one and only Sports Oracle. And yesterday we saw the match that happened between I'm talking about Bayern Munich and PSG, but PSG and Bayern Munich and won. Now they had to come up with a draw game after a wonderful performance in their first leg. But before we delve into the conversation for today, let me welcome Worldwide. Worldwide.
Good morning.
Good morning. I really like that you are set to, what team jersey are you wearing today?
No, this is Worldwide jersey.
This is Worldwide jersey?
It's not for anything.
It's not for anything. It's Worldwide. Yeah. You saw the match yesterday?
Of course. The interesting match.
It was interesting.
Despite the scoreline,
that was a match. That was a match everyone wanted to watch.
Yeah, that's
today,
entertainment for us.
Yes, and today after my work time, I'm going to take some time to play it on my game.
Okay, you want to play like
I'm going to play PSG. I'm going to use PSG to play Bayern. I'm going to play Bayern versus PSG.
Why will you not use Bayern to play PSG?
No, first of all, I'm going to use PSG to play Bayern, and then Bayern to play PSG.
No, it was an interesting match.
It was actually an interesting match.
The 1-1 scoreline did not, depict the full picture of that match.
Okay.
There were many chances, especially from the Bayern Munich side.
I saw the chances. I saw the dribbling too.
I don't know what
I saw Luis Diaz.
Diaz and Olise and Musiala.
Musiala is not a human being.
It was not clinical yesterday. There were many good chances they had to score, but it was not just.
That's what happens when top teams play. You will be recognizing, just like Manchester United, you'll be seeing their chances.
Yeah, they created chances.
They create a lot of chances.
They just took their own chance. That clinical first chance. They just took
yes. Now, what I want to say is that looking at PSG and looking at Bayern Munich, whose midfield would you say is better?
Well, from what.
Okay, it was better because of yesterday's game. Yeah.
I would say PSG were better because this guy, I don't know, João Neves, he was so, outstanding yesterday. Then the man of the match, I've forgotten his name right now, but there are two with Fabian Ruiz.
Okay.
They had a beautiful game yesterday. Bayern Munich we are not more of midfield mindset. Their playmaker yesterday was more of Kimmich going to Olise.
Okay.
They were using that left wing. Then before you know, the ball will switch to Luis Diaz. But their midfield yesterday was not at its best. Then the defense, Kvaratskhelia was just having a good time yesterday, running through the defense. You saw that first goal, from back to front. He took off from almost at the mid, then to the front before he gave an assist. And I could say PSG midfield were better yesterday. But the attack, Bayern gave it all their best, but I guess it was not their lucky day to score that goals yesterday. Harry Kane did his best. Musiala, he was just missing chances upon chances. He had almost 3 clear chances to score.
No, Harry Kane. See, that's what I'm telling you. When you talk about people who perform at the top, and we're calling about strikers who are clinical, talking about Harry Kane, I would be of doubt a little.
No, Harry Kane was. He had more chances yesterday.
No, see.
It was just about 2.
Yes, I actually converted one. And he converted one. But what I'm saying is, when you talk about strikers across the globe, guys who are in their form, who are natural 9 like Harry Kane, you're talking about Victor Osimhen too.
Yeah.
You're talking about Paul Onachu.
Okay.
Paul Onachu of Trustbonds for the Onana.
The big man.
No, you know Onana.
I know.
Andrew Onana's team.
No, you don't. Definitely Paul Onachu is giving.
Paul Onachu is the highest goal scorer in Turkish league. Yeah. Okay, he is a footballer from Imo State. Now, you're talking about Erling Haaland. You're talking about Gonzalo Ramos.
Gonzalo Ramos,
Gonzalo. Yes, it's Gonzalo Ramos. Now you're talking about João Pedro from Chelsea.
Where does João Pedro come in this list? You are mentioning strikers now. You are going. Is the list going down? I don't understand where you are coming from.
This guy is asking me the list.
You have not mentioned Lewandowski.
No, Lewandowski.
Some names you have not mentioned.
No, Lewandowski. I'm talking about Lewandowski. I'm trying to scout around. We're talking about Lautaro Martinez.
Okay.
I'm talking about Martinez. Then we're talking about Isaac.
Isaac, of course.
Isaac could play
for injury.
We were talking about Hugo Ekitike. Now we are mentioning Mbappe too. Mbappe can play on the left wing. He can play on the right wing. He can play 10. He can play everything and everything in between. Now we are still talking about these guys, and when we are talking about strikers, when we put all these people together, who is actually, would you say, is the best?
Right now.
Now, we have not even gone to Manchester United to talk about Benjamin Sesko.
No, just leave him aside. It's not the list yet.
No. Benjamin Sesko has actually proven that he can. You know what striking means is that you can do something in a team.
Yes, but this season you can't put him at. This list, we can't
put Sesko.
No, it's just like mentioning Guy Corres now that you're putting Guy Corres there.
No, Guy Corres is a hairstylist. No, they are not. He knows how to style his hair.
From your question, if I'm going to pick my best, I will not have one particular best. So I'm going to give you top 5 in no particular order.
Okay.
Number 1 is our boy Victor
Osimhen. Number one.
I'm going to give it to him.
Yes.
He's so clinical.
He's so clinical. Yes.
So I'm not taking anything away, despite being a Nigerian or not. I'm giving it to him. Number 1. Number 2 is Harry Kane. I don't know why I like Harry Kane.
You are not talking about liking. We're talking about professionalism. You're talking about feelings.
You can check. No. From feelings.
No. Wait. Erling Haaland. Of course, they are not the same. They are not in the same age grade.
Even basically, I'm not even using the age grade this season.
Okay,
who has more goals?
Okay. That's actually.
Who has more goals is Harry Kane.
Is Harry Kane? Yes.
So that's why I said number 2, Harry Kane. Number 3, you can bring in Haaland now. Then number 4, Mbappe. I still like Mbappe, despite whether he's having
No, I like Mbappe. I know
Mbappe. He knows how to convert the ball.
Very well.
I'm still going to put him there as my number 4.
Okay.
Then number 5, because age is no more on his side.
That's Lewandowski, yeah.
But when he's on his prime, don't worry, he's my number 1.
Who scored more than Lewandowski when he was in his prime? Who scored more than him?
No, I don't think.
No, we're not even talking about the GOAT, Cristiano Ronaldo.
No, those we will not mention Ronaldo. We will not mention Messi in this case.
Because they are not human beings.
That's why you call them the GOAT.
Yes, the GOAT. Yeah. 2 of them are actually. I don't know people who talk about who want Cristiano. Who would say, "Oh, Cristiano Ronaldo is the GOAT over Messi." I used to see them as people who
don't have their own preference.
No, not preference. Because when you talk about preference, you're talking about reality that you have, something that is from you, right? My preference is not going to be your preference, but we can agree that these 2 guys are out of this world.
It's just for the purpose of, let's say, just to banter and just to
both of them are
they have done what we that have witnessed them. We are proud to say yes. At least I witnessed these 2 people.
Yes.
Just like when Pele and Maradona
was playing.
So these 2 are, in fact, just leave them for them.
Yeah. Now let's just take a look at the Punch Extra, what is happening, and how Arsenal is going to be facing PSG in the final. What it took Arsenal 20 years to do. It took PSG just 1 year to achieve it. Of course, they are defending champions, and we are in them to, they will crush. What do you think about this final?
I would say they will crush from the
the
history Arsenal has now in this Champions League, unbeaten.
They have
now.
No. Arsenal, they must beat Arsenal. Let me tell you, they must beat Arsenal. Let me tell you why.
Always, of course, you want to pick PSG, right?
You know why I'm telling you they must beat Arsenal?
Why?
So that there will be peace.
Of course, there will be peace.
Oga, they will not be peace.
Eventually wins.
They are gunners. They are gunners.
There will still be peace. We need the chaos sometimes. We need the drama. We need the arguments. We need everything.
But I think I will still hold them.
But
what it took you 20 years to do.
But definitely, I will not pick Arsenal to win the Champions League over PSG. But I'm not the one.
Life can happen.
But life can happen.
Yes,
we saw yesterday what happened. People were predicting Bayern at least to even get a win.
No. Bayern on a normal ground of play. I told you yesterday what happened, that PSG plays a lot better.
Yeah.
Because PSG plays like they are dying. Like if they don't score you, there's no game.
Anyway,
that is the mentality.
The mentality is from both sides, but
now,
at least Bayern still has that mentality.
No, Bayern has the mentality, but you know that at some point, Bayern can, Olise and Musiala, that's the number 10, and Kimmich, with the short guy. I mean, he plays short, and
his experience is
you understand? Yes. Now we're talking about he's the only person that seems on dying that PSG. Sorry, in that Bayern team seems to be Harry Kane and Luis Diaz. You know what I'm telling you? Because Harry Kane still wants goals.
Yeah.
Diaz still wants to dribble. I saw that dribble.
No, there was one where did have to go.
The defender was just dancing, was just giving us,
but
dance steps.
If not for chances, that's what I always say. If not for chances missed, that Bayern did not convert their chances, Bayern will have won that match up to 4-1.
I'm gonna play Bayern today, so I'm gonna say, don't worry. We're gonna see the scoreline. Now let's just take a look at the Punch Sports Extra. What is actually happening, and what we're expecting in the coming days. Where there's a news about Victor Osimhen that PSG is actually looking for this guy, and Bayern is also looking for Victor Osimhen now.
I don't know why I don't want him to go to those leagues.
No, actually,
going to French league or German league. I prefer he should come to England. Just come to England and entertain us. We are looking forward to seeing him.
Can I tell you something? If Victor Osimhen ever comes to any Premier League team, England, he will not shine as much as he's shining in those places. Let's talk about it.
He will shine. Just Liverpool.
Okay, Liverpool.
Yes.
He will shine because of what? Who will play that pass?
What was McAllister there for? What's Waits there for? What's supposed like?
Who's Waits?
Is
he Waits?
Just forget this season that he's not having the. In fact, it started slow, but even now you can check the stats.
Okay, well, I can believe you for that. Then we have about the transfers and how it's going to be. A lot of things are going to be coming up in this transfer, and seeing that Manchester United has qualified for Champions League, a lot of teams would want to come into this team to experience good football.
Of course.
Very wonderful football.
And their fellow neighbor who have not qualified.
No. Those people are in Port Harcourt.
No. Those ones, I don't know which league they are going to play.
No. Is it Chelsea?
Who else?
No, they're going to play league. They're going to play online.
You know, this season they are batting Manchester United. They are playing just the normal domestic league. Now is your turn to play the domestic.
Do you know?
I hope you win the.
I hope you win the domestic. I think they will play PS online. That's where they can qualify for Champions League.
And you see their last 3 fixtures that they have left. Have you seen it?
I've not seen it actually.
I pity them.
I pity them too.
No, I think this position 9 they are currently. They should end up maybe 11th.
Because who will let them come up?
I think they still have Tottenham.
Oh, sorry. So let's just look at this paper and what's talking about that. Mourinho is making a lot of demands to come back to
I expected this Madrid. Now any coach that's coming, they better make your demands.
Make your demands.
Because those players will frustrate you. So better make your demands.
Do you know why? Do you actually know why Alonso was sacked?
The players.
It was the players.
Alonso was not good. Just
it was the players.
The same thing is going to happen to Arbeloa.
Yes. It's the players. Now that's why it's not good for players to be strong, to be more influential than the coach.
The president should let the coach do his job. Leave the coach, let the coach have the finances. Not when the coach does not want to play a player because of his own personal, because of misconduct, because of, not that the player is not good, but the player's attitude have to also be portrayed on the field. You will not just be good in terms of playing football and you don't have that attitude. It does not work. So leave the coach to do his decision. If he's going to select a lineup, if he's not going to play Mbappe, if he's not going to play Vinicius because of their own misconduct, let him do it. That will discipline the team. It's not this one that you have one faction here, you have one faction. It's not politics. We are not doing politics. You are fragmented here, you are fragmented. So it has to be a team, a combined effort. Nobody is bigger than anybody. We are all there to play football. Today, Chouaniemi is scoring with Valverde. Tomorrow it will be Vinicius scoring with Rudiger. How is the team going to play?
Well, yes, how's the team going to play? And this is where we're going to call it a wrap on today's edition of Sports Wrap on Aneke TV. Thank you very much, Worldwide.
Thank you for
I mean, a lot is going to come up in the weekend, and by tomorrow we're going to see how...
Today we have Europa.
Yes, we have Europa League today, where we have Aston Villa, Nottingham Forest, and they're going to play. And we're going to see what that match is, and we're going to talk about it tomorrow after the game. So thank you very much for watching. Now, I remain your one and only Sports Oracle, who brings you what is happening in the world of football, because football is actually a football, and don't mind anybody that is telling you that you don't know what football is. If you listen to me, you're going to love football, and you're going to love football a lot. Well, we're not talking about loser pools. We are actually talking about people who are winning and people who are going for the finals. I mean, the final of Champions League that is coming up in the month of May that we are in on May 30th. And at the same time, I want to thank you for watching. Have a wonderful morning till we see you same time, same station tomorrow here on Aneke TV Sports Wrap. Bye for now.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts, supply to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, and gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. Broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. These restrict growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you a bit of issues, politics, power, personalities shaping our nation. Today, we are confronted by one of the harshest realities in our climate, speaking to Nigeria's security reality and the way forward. I am Uche Osai, and looking at this issue, we confront it from a different perspective, as this is a special edition of The Insight. Today, we confront the one reality that dictates the rhythm of every Nigerian life, from price of the bread on your table to the safety of the road beneath your feet. We are at a crossroads where the old maps of kinetic warfare and fire for fire slogans are no longer enough to chart our path. In 2026, the definition of a front line has changed. It's no longer just a distant forest in the northeast. It is the digital wallet of a kidnapper, the empty farmland in the middle belt, and the uneasy silence of silence in the southeast on Monday mornings. With over 5 trillion committed to our defense budget this year, the question is no longer just about the strength of our hardware, but the sincerity of our strategy. Is our security architecture built to protect the people, or is it merely managing symptoms of a deeper structural decay? This is not a moment of panic. It is a moment of reckoning. We are no longer asking whether Nigeria has a security problem. We are asking whether the current model of security can actually solve it. The killing of senior officers, the persistent insecurity in the northeast, northwest, and the creeping violence into our urban centers all point to a deeper crisis, a crisis of strategy, governance, and trust between the state and its people. To help us cut through the noise and map out a definitive way forward, we are joined today by a man who has spent decades in the habit of issues, analyzing and handling of security and national safety issues, a security expert. In fact, we are speaking with a double commissioner here in Enugu State, a retired deputy sheriff in Los Angeles in California, Dr. John Ebo. Doc, it's a pleasure to finally have you on The Insight.
It's my pleasure to be here today.
Yeah. And thank you very much for all your services so far to humanity and everything you continue to do.
Thank you.
Right. Let's get straight to this issue. Let's get your perspective on the security situation in Nigeria.
The security challenges in Nigeria is very troublesome and very multidimensional. We're looking at terrorism, we're looking at kidnapping, we're looking at banditry, and you are looking at numerous aspects of failure in the structure of policing and, of course, in military intelligence. The issue about security challenges in Nigeria is it has gone beyond what I believe the federal government can handle, in that it is dysfunctional to start with. Having only the Nigerian police force, they are underfunded. They don't have the proper number to cater for 200 and something million people in Nigeria. They are undersourced. In fact, many of them that get lost, that lose their lives in the service of this country, are not taken care of. Their families are not taken care of. So the quest to join the Nigerian police force or even the military is not there among our people. In fact, the problem is beyond just what you see on the surface, because many political heavyweights are behind many of these insecurity challenges that are bedewing Nigeria today.
All right. When you talk about, recently the president did allude to the same thing, that some political heavyweights are really behind the security challenges that we face in order to discredit his administration. And as a security expert, you are agreeing to that line of thought as well?
I agree, but it's not just specific to his administration. This has started much earlier than this. He just inherited it, and it has just continued to exacerbate, moving southward to Middle Belt, eventually to Southwest. And of course, with the herdsmen and the kidnapping coming to the Southeast. So this is a very serious issue. And of course, even the militant in the Niger Delta, and of course, the secessionist issues in the southeast, where Mondays are barely business centers across Nigeria, across the southeast. So there is a multi-dimensional issues, and it's not something that is specific to this administration. It has been ongoing. But again, to solve it, we must all come together in a round table and be able to actually lay the hammer on those who are behind these issues.
All right. To lay the hammer on those who are behind these issues. But let me digress a bit. You know, talking about the individuals who are behind these issues, and if we believe that some political actors have interest in the security situation, then I ask, what about the issue in handling the security challenge here? Is it about lack of will, speaking to political will here, or a myriad of the whole issues that you've mentioned, or the funding of police, the issue of sabotage, and whole lots?
Well, you're very correct. The will to handle it is very, very important. But again, the political situation in the country, because this is political leverage for some people. When you perpetuate divide and conquer, you tend to achieve your political interest. So to actually begin to address these issues, we need an unbiased umpire, such as foreign intervention that can actually help the country, not only with intelligence gathering, but with being able to attenuate the insurgents. Because people are behind those people that come into the country. Our borders are very porous. And of course, where are these elements that come in? And when they come in for a purpose. They are defending certain individuals that have interest in certain resources in the country, such as mining of certain products or certain minerals in the country. So with these bandits have a purpose. They are being funded, they are being armed, they are being recruited to actually protect these those certain resources that actually supposed to be countries' resources, just like the petroleum that is countries' resources. So when you have those type of interest, it is actually very, very hard to deal with, because these political heavyweights that have interest invite this foreign interest to actually arm these individuals and bring these bandits into the country. And of course, from there, with the loss of drug issues, so many people that used to do drug smuggling have gotten into kidnapping. And of course, kidnapping became an easier way to actually make a bundle of money to actually perpetuate their insecurity issues in the country. So we have a myriad of problems and security challenges that we must come to reality and sit down as a country with sincerity of purpose, so that we can solve it together. It is not a matter of something the president can solve alone. Members of the National Assembly ought to be part of it. Members of the general public ought to be part of it. And of course, we must believe in the country as being one Nigeria, so that we can actually begin to look at how can we make Nigeria a better place for all of us.
All right, so it's a collective fight for everyone here.
Correct.
But Doc, looking at the current terrorism index, Nigeria is placed on the fourth, despite the homogeneous resources that we're plunging into confronting this issue. And from what you're saying so far, you're making me understand that a kinetic approach cannot solve this issue.
Yes. Let me give you just one example. When Nigeria went for a World Cup or Olympic Games in Atlanta, they hired a technical expert, a coach, a foreign coach, that helped to guided our team to actually win the gold in the Olympic Games in soccer, which was the first of its kind in Africa at the time. So for us to actually solve these security issues, we must invite a foreign technical expert that have the resources and have the technical know-how to guide the country's infrastructure. I'm talking about the security apparatus, so that we can have and hand him free hand, so that he can actually direct both the intelligence gathering, both the disarming of these individuals, both recovering of these mines that are being protected by these bandits and terrorists, and of course identifying these political heavyweights who are behind them and make them pay for all the things that they have cost the Nigerian country as a whole. With this, and of course creation of the state police, and it can be cascaded even to local government level, so that people have response time can be shortened. But even when you have that, the country being what it is, if you don't have the proper segment and setup, the issue will continue to enumerate, because the country is corrupt to a great extent.
The country is corrupt to a great extent.
Yes.
However, Doc, a lot of persons have issue when we talk about foreign nationals or foreign interests coming to help us solve this issue. And let me go this way. A number of times we've heard of alliances with foreign countries. For example, the United States government, they were here as of 25th December, where we saw a bombing in Sokoto in Nigeria. And it seems that since that bombing, the insurgents, I will use the word terrorists, have been emboldened. In fact, issues have escalated that after that bombing, we've now started to see onslaught against military formation, not just civilian casualties now. We have generals, we have brigadier general, colonels, captains, not to talk about rank and file soldiers who have been targeted since after the involvement of the United States government.
Well, if you paid very close attention after the American team, that the military that had actually bombed the part of Sokoto where the bandits and terrorists were, there was a significant decrease in activities of bandits shortly after that. But yet, Nigerian government began to reach out to Americans, because some interest groups had protested that such bombing shouldn't continue. And then Nigerians reached out to the Americans, where they were able to say, please, give us some personnel to actually be to stay in Nigeria and help the government to actually fight terrorism. That is where the escalation began. So if the Americans have been allowed to continue their the extermination of these terrorists and bandits in the northeast and of course northwest, it would have been far decreased. It would have been far decreased. So, but that issue of bringing people in Nigeria, and of course, if you pay attention closely, that the American consulate or embassy in Abuja, they retrieved all their personnel back to United States, meaning that more danger is ahead. If you actually read within the lines, it means that the Americans have foreseen what will happen, even maybe before the elections or during the elections. Why would they recall many of their high-ranking personnel at the Abuja embassy? So if you ask yourself that question, you will really know that it means that Americans have been requested to actually soft pedal in their attack on these terrorists. And of course, it means that they have foreseen that Nigeria is about to face even more danger, and they don't want their own citizens to actually become victims of what is to come.
Okay, Doc, I am tempted in this instance to ask the way forward. However, there are still many issues to prove, and part of it is that a number of times we've been told that at the heart of this issue is economic benefit, speaking to the mining areas and all that. And when we talk about the foreign governments like the United States, there is currently an alliance with France as well. We've gone into some sort of agreement with Turkey to provide us with drones and all that. And again, people argue that these foreign nationals have economic interest in Nigeria, leading to this escalation of this issue in Nigeria.
Yes, it's definitely a fact. But you look at different issues. The issues here is, if someone provides you the drones or the infrastructure or the military equipment or the police equipment to actually fight terrorism, if they don't have the personnel to actually use those things, because you have to train the personnel, that's why I say that there is a need if you are providing me with an equipment, to have a technical expert from that particular country who is able to know how to use this particular equipment. And of course, teach our own military personnel or police security personnel the ways and means to actually use these infrastructures to actually fight crime. If you don't have the technicians or the technical know-how, the equipment will not use itself. And of course, you will not get the desired benefits of fighting insurgents in this country. So the foreign countries ought to have personal interest. They ought to have, because there is give and take in every situation. You either pay them for their service, or either through the resources, or you pay them in cash. Of course, the president, if you see some of the effort he has made, he has reached out to the United States, he has reached out to Britain, he has also reached out to Turkey. Yes, we see that, but what benefit is coming from it at this point, outside of the bombing that took place in Sokoto from the Americans? We haven't had any major issues. Nigerians have now begun to do it by themselves, but they are not well equipped to actually get it done, because the significant loss of our military personnel and police personnel is just beyond doubt. And with such level of losses, many people will be afraid to actually put their lives on the line for the country, because there is lack of sincerity of purpose.
All right. Doc, I know you may not be comfortable, but let me detour a bit and to a different line. Confronting this issue, would one be correct to say that the political leadership at present in this nation is sacrificing Nigerians on the altar of political exigencies?
Well, let me digress a little bit. Let's take Enugu State, for example. You see, Enugu State came in when the present government of Enugu State under Barrister Dr. Petermbah, and made security #1 priority in the state. And of course, you and I are reaping the benefit of it. He established CCTV cameras across the state. He further went on to establish DRS, distress response team, yes, across the country, across the state. He further, he got his own police unit that actually does it and mans every section of the state, so that there is now a relief in the state. Enugu State has been an example that other states, and of course even the country, need to look at, so that whatever we have done in Enugu ought to be replicated. But beyond that, if we're looking forward, we look at actually making it a law that a police system that will be established in every state, and of course devoid of political interest. Because once you have political interest, you can use it to do a witch hunt on your political enemies or contemporaries. But it's very difficult in the country, knowing the way the country functions. Okay, so we have some myriad of issues, but my take is that the political interest is superseding the will to protect the entire country.
The political interest, yes, is superseding the will to protect the entire country.
Correct.
All right, Doc, now that you've brought me down to Southeast, I'm looking at the East generally, where there's been different issues other than what we're having in the Northeast, speaking to agitations leading to the kidnapping before the likes of the governor of Enugu State stepped in and ensured the security that you talked about. And I have seen government create agencies or commission like the Southeast Development Commission, where they are given a mandate of 140 billion naira to be able to get into Southeast, ensure infrastructure, develop business, roads, gas pipeline, and all that. And I'm asking, is this the solution that Southeast need to ensure adequate security and restive minds and youths are calmed to ensure proper security in the Southeast?
No, it is what I will call, the idea of creating the commission is a wonderful one. But the misplaced priority of the commission is a whole different issue. So the issue is that with the creation, you can't have a successful economy when you don't have a very efficient security in place. And number one, if you are not creating employment, look at it. There's no industry in the Southeast. Even the ones that we have is just private, like Innocent Motors and some other ones. But what I'm saying is that the government of such commission should be looking at how to attract industries so that our youths can be gainfully employed. With employment for our youths, guess what? It will decrease restiveness among the youths. And of course, providing security is prelude to creating industries, because nobody wants to bring their industrial development where there is lack of security. And that's what Enugu State has been trying. That's why he made security a priority. So what I'm saying is that the Southeast Development Commission ought to retool their idea and reprioritize what is more important in their project to make Southeast a regional power, economic power. And it has to start with, number one, do we have security infrastructures across Southeast to actually attract industries that can employ the youths and employ its citizens? So, but when such a thing comes, when such money comes, you see them organizing conferences from one state to another. And of course, when you organize conferences, you pay honorariums, you pay ESTA codes, and of course, the money gets dwindled. And of course, will not achieve the set purpose for what it's meant for.
All right. Doc, I want to drill a bit and let me crave your indulgence. This may not be a security issue, but I want to link it. Speaking to creating additional states in the Southeast, does it have any correlation to the insecurity that is witnessed in Southeast? And does creating additional states, will it be able to help with curbing insecurity in Southeast?
Even if you create 20 additional states in the country and you don't solve the problem, it is like treating a symptom without treating the cause of the disease. It will not change anything, because the fundamental problem is insecurity, political interest that have actually overridden has exacerbated the security challenges, and of course the resource control by some foreign powers that actually were part of the people that bring these bandits, and of course the porous borders, and of course the political will to fight insecurity. If you have the political will, I challenge you. If we can bring foreign technical experts to guide our national teams, like the Green Eagles or whatever, to go and win international competitions, why can't we bring foreign technical experts to help us safeguard the country?
You know, some have argued in the past that could amount to ceding sovereignty.
Then why are we not ceding the cup that we won to the foreign technical expert that we used in winning some international competitions in soccer? So this is issue that is very simple. If you can't solve a problem, you get someone to help you solve the problem.
All right. Doc, so far in this conversation, I've seen that you're so solution-driven to issues, and drawing from your experience as a retired deputy sheriff in Los Angeles, in California, and I want to ask, what is it that the intelligence network in Nigeria are not doing rightly?
Okay, the intelligence network in Nigeria is not efficient. Number one, we don't have the equipment to actually do the intelligence gathering. Okay, the drones we have are not being used. We don't even have the helicopters to go around and, of course, map out all the areas so that we can see where any foreign bandits are hiding. We don't have infrared cameras to actually that have heat sensors that can picture anyone, even if you're hiding in the forest. We don't have the camcorders and of course the cameras that police officers wear. We don't even have the bulletproof vest that officers wear. We are not communicating with the general public where we actually have trust in the police system or in the security system, where we can confidently say that all the neighborhoods can come to the police and give information, and their personality will be protected. Because it's about confidence. Do we have money to actually put up that if you can give us an idea who has committed a crime, that you get this reward? We don't have all that. So we are investing our money in the wrong instance, not knowing that security of life is a prelude to any economic development in any country. So there are so many myriad of issues that we're not doing right to actually position the country to fight these things. For example, state police, local government police, is not just the state. We're just limiting it to the state, but it has to be cascaded to the third level of government. So, neighborhood watch. Are we empowering them? Are we paying them well? When you give them peanuts, they're not going to do the job because there is hunger in the land. So, the churches, are we actually working with the community so that there is confidence in the system to come forward and give information about people that are hiding or perpetuating certain criminal activities in their communities? We're not doing that. And of course, if you go to the police stations, the police infrastructure is decayed. Many of them, even to do a police incident report, you have to go and pay for the paper. We don't have enough force. We are not paying the police even enough for them to actually commit their life to saving the general public. So there are myriad of issues. We need to retool our thinking, because when you look at about 400,000 police officers we have in this country, guarding about 200 million people, and almost about half of them are assigned to our political leaders, National Assembly members, governors, presidents, ministers. When you do that in developed countries, it's not the case. Police is for the general public, both the political appointees, elected officials, and for the general public. No, but we should encourage private security, which makes money. And of course, we're overpaying the people in government, that the money that we should be diverting to pay the security personnel that protect everyone. So we need to actually retool a lot of stuff where the police officers that are assigned to all these leaders or all these political heavyweights are retrieved back into actually patrolling the streets, doing investigations, serving the general public, which the political leaders are part of the public. If you want private security, you go and get a private security guard who can actually be trained in a police academy where they can actually be empowered to even carry weapons. So that way, you are creating an economy. You actually creating employment for the youths who are now going to be trained. But we must first and foremost elevate the salaries of these people so that they can be able to put their life on the line. And if anything happens to them, their children shouldn't suffer, their family shouldn't suffer. We should be able to make allowance where the benefit that accrue to these families can actually take them to higher education and make them feel comfortable about serving the country.
All right, Doc. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe about issues around state police. I see that you're somewhat disposed and favorable to state police in Nigeria.
Yes.
All right, we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe these issues. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. Many thanks for staying with us, and if you've just been joining us, we'll be looking at Nigeria's security reality, the way forward, and helping us to navigate these issues is Dr. John Ebo, a security expert, a retired deputy sheriff in Los Angeles, California, and in fact, a former double commissioner here in Enugu State. Doc, it's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you. Yes. It's my pleasure to be here too.
Yeah. Doc, let's look at state police. Let me get your, first of all, let me get your opinion on state police. You seem to be favorably disposed to state policing in Nigeria?
Yes, state police is very fundamental. It will bring policing closer to the people. Right now, having just one police network, federal police, is not favorable for this country. We've grown beyond that. The country, when was maybe 150 million some years back, today we are over 200 million. So we need people, police closer to the people, and even take it down to the local government level. But let me just stay with the state police that the president has actually favored to come into place. It's right now in National Assembly. So hopefully it will be passed. But the modality of how to actually implement this state police is actually very, very important if we're actually going to achieve the objective for which state police is set up.
All right. You know, a lot of other persons have argued, and they are worried about abuse of the state police, which has been the reason why over the years, when the argument comes up, it's as if state police is killed. You're not bothered about that?
Oh, no. The abuse is still going on with the federal police. So abuse is something that is normal with the federal police now. So I don't see any reason why we should be worried about that. But let me tell you something. At this point in time in Nigeria, the response time when a crime takes place is very, very poor. With the state police, take Enugu. I've given you Enugu as an example. Distress response team in Enugu can respond to issues as it occurs. And yet, he's not state police. It's just an exception that Enugu has because he's interested in making sure that Enugu is favorable to economic development and the attraction of foreign investments, which has been the engine room for the governor at this time. So, if we have state police, it is a matter of who is going to be in charge of the state police. What kind of recruitment are they going to bring into the state police? What kind of remuneration are they going to have in state police? So these three variables are very fundamental in how the state police will function. If you pay them well, equip them well, and of course endear them to the people, state police will perform much better than what we currently have in place. That doesn't mean that federal police will die. No, there still will be federal police because there are certain crime that definitely federal police will investigate. And if the state police does certain biases in their investigation, federal police can step in and be a corrective measure or checks and balances into making sure that investigation is properly conducted. Okay. So that is what happens in US. If a local police, if a city police or a county sheriff doesn't do a proper investigation in a case, the FBI, which is the Federal Bureau of Investigation, steps in into making sure that investigation is properly conducted. And of course, that's what checks and balances is in a democratic system.
Now, looking at our federal police, that is somewhat not well managed, if one is to say that, in terms of the welfare of police, in terms of giving them equipment to work, the decay that you've mentioned. And we are going to have a state police that may be trained by the federal police as well. Are you not seeing that there may be possibility that these anomalies may be transferred into this new creation?
Well, when you have state police, the federal government will not dictate location where they will be trained. They can have their own training centers within their states. And of course, take Enugu, for example. Enugu has an operation center where they have their CCTV cameras stationed. It's not guided by federal police. It is guided by the state DRS team that the governor has put up. So what I'm saying is that the issue of federal police corrupting the state police is not really a legitimate argument, because each state will have their own way of making sure. Just like the way you have vigilantes, each state now has their own vigilante system. They can be trained together, but they can also be trained separately. And of course, the onus lies on the state governor, who is the chief security officer of the state, to determine how they are going to be well equipped, what kind of vehicle they're going to be having, what kind of intelligence system that is going to be put up. So these issues are it will become state driven as opposed to federal government driven.
Okay. Doc, let's just backtrack a bit to the real issue here. A little bit of mapping. We've dealt with the Southeast. is a different kettle of fish when it comes to security challenges. But when we get to the middle belt, especially as it has to do with Benue, Plateau, and some part of Nasarawa, the nomenclature changes. People now move away from insurgency and it's termed herders, farmers clashes. What are we really having in the middle belt in this instance?
Well, if you ask me, that particular question has some religious issues to deal with too. Because the invaders or the bandits and the terrorists that are coming into the country, many of them have interest in acquiring land to settle, and they don't have the same religion as those in those particular areas. So it's almost like a jihad kind of issue, where they want, if they are able to evacuate a whole community, that becomes their own land, and they settle there, and from there they can begin to actually see whether they can acquire more land. So, but if we had a state police that is fully well equipped, they can actually investigate, they can actually use intelligence to determine when they are coming, and they can actually, with intelligence, be able to stop them before they even begin to operate in that particular area. So, but we lack all these things. And because of some religious biases and the political interest, you are going to have some issues. Because, and of course, having the political will to challenge these issues is another thing. Many people now believe that if you do something against one religious group, that you have a backlash politically. And of course, everybody is just running away from actually tackling the problem, which allows the problem to continue to expand. And that is the issue that is happening in the Middle Belt.
All right. Doc, moving to the Northeast, which we already talked about, and we agree that it has an economic undertone to it, yes, given the mining areas and the mineral resources. And we are talking about sponsors. How come in confronting this issue so far, we're not talking about the sponsors of these heinous crimes in terms of unmasking them, naming them, prosecuting them? I think that that should be one way to find a lasting solution to this issue.
Well, you are very correct, but the issue here is, again, political will. Some of these sponsors were behind certain political heavyweights that are going to be able to make that decision to dismantle them. And if you're a beneficiary of a bandit sponsor or resource sponsor of bandits, then you are not going to actually be able to have the will to fight the person that sponsored you to become a leader, a political leader, or occupy a certain political position, because he becomes your godfather. So to that effect, you are going to be avoiding that responsibility. And avoidance of that responsibility means that the issue of insecurity will continue to expand. And that has been the problem with the country. So many of the political leaders you see in that area are beneficiaries of these sponsors. And the will to actually attack them or remove them is not going to be an easy one.
Okay. Doc, let me take a look at our military. A number of times we've seen we're losing senior officers in this fight, and then one may begin to ask, in terms of the people that will reabsorb or reintegrate into the society in the name of repentant Boko Haram insurgency, is this a good policy drawing from your, security experience across the globe?
It's one of the worst political objectives or military operations that they did that just backfires. You can train an old dog, but you can't change the way the dog barks. Absolving criminals that you got that's supposed to be facing severe consequences is a very bad idea. That's the only way the problem continues to exist, is because the more you absolve them, the more other Boko Haram members or bandits request to be absolved. when they are arrested. So the issue is you do what you're supposed to do, which is make sure that the consequence is heavy, and heavy that others will become very fearful of getting involved in such actions. So absolving them was a very bad idea and a very bad policy for the federal government.
All right, Doc, let's look at two issues before I begin to draw from your experience in terms of solution. We are looking at a kinetic approach, or in the mode of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who would always advance the carrots and the cane in this instance. What is our best foot forward in confronting this issue? Because I agree with you, we've established the fact from your perspective that Nigeria lacks the capacity and the will to handle this issue on their own. But I'm asking, do we use the carrot approach to solve this issue, or do we declare a total kinetic approach to it?
From my experience, the best way to handle this issue is total kinetic approach. If you draw a very total kinetic approach and make sure that the hammer falls on whoever contravenes and whoever brings instability to the country, of course, everyone will learn from it and stay away from being part of the problem. And then we can now say, hey, look, we have a format to solving the problem. So today, what we're doing is just lip singing or whatever to the problem. We're not actually fighting insecurity as the way it ought to be fought. And my opinion is that we still need foreign intervention to actually be able to attenuate the problem. And because we've more or less, if we do that and sign such a contract and have them in, yes, it will be give and take, but again, it will bring peace, it will eradicate all these insurgents, and of course, bring more economic development and more industrialization to this country. Many times, industries are fleeing away from the country and going to Ghana. So we are losing a lot because of insecurity and the security challenges that is beholden in the country.
Okay, Doc, let me, before I ask for solutions, you know, there's been argument that bringing these foreign boots into Nigeria could make Nigeria a ground for proxy wars among the, Western worlds.
Well, it's not quite true. Before you bring somebody in, there has to be terms of reference. These terms of reference will be established by the country who is bringing in such intervention. Like I said, I gave you an example of bringing in a technical coach to actually help the country to win a football game. If we bring technical team to actually help this country, you give them terms of reference. And of course, they won't go beyond the terms of reference. And of course, you will get what you ask for, what you paid for. The issue here is, if we can't get this job done ourselves, we must get assistance to actually get it done, because we're losing too many people that we ought not to lose. And our economy is falling on a daily basis because we're not able to tackle the security challenges that are confronting the country.
All right, Doc, for want of time, let me listen to your solutions to solving this issue. You're an expert.
Yes.
You experience across the globe, not just in Nigeria. You've been there. Yes. You've seen it. You've done it. You've seen it.
Yes.
What will you be telling Mr. President if you have his ear right now?
I will tell Mr. President, number one, move very fast to establish the state police. And of course, make sure that every state police is fully equipped, and revive the Nigerian police, so that take away all the police orderly assigned to every personnel, every public servant, every political servant, from the ministers to the National Assembly members, to everyone that believes that he's a heavyweight in the country. Put the police on the street, equip them with vehicles, equip them with proper arms, train them pretty well with foreign experts. That way, both the state police and the local or state and the federal police will be able to work in synergy and attack these security challenges from a wider point of view. both internally and externally, strengthen our borders so that proliferation of firearms will be decreased, and of course foreign bodies coming into the country will be decreased. Name these bandit sponsors or terrorist sponsors, name them and bring them to justice. Of course, change the entire judges in Nigeria so that you can bring judges that can actually dish the proper justice without mercy. So these are some of the things. And then go cascade down to local level, the community policing. Community policing is very important so that you can gain the trust of the community that you police. Then establish very powerful neighborhood watch and pay them very well. Just train them very well and pay them very well. Of course, if you do that with supersede its intelligence infrastructure across the country, invest in it. Instead of giving this money to National Assembly members, decrease the interest in politics. Because if you decrease the money these people make in politics, divert it into protecting the country, the interest to become a senator will become very low. The quest to kill somebody to get into a political position will become very minimal. And of course, people will become safer in the country. And of course, country will feel a better place to attract international investments.
All right, Doc, I'm out of time. I have many questions for you, but I've gotten the signal. Just in a nutshell, just in 1 minute, for Nigerians who are watching us, what do you, as an expert, what do you tell them to be able to navigate the difficult terrain, security-wise?
I would say that security is everyone's problem. And of course, if you see something, say something. Despite our synergy and our lack of efficient police system, please work with your political leaders, both at the local level and of course even the police. If you see something, don't hide it. Go ahead and notify the law enforcement officers in your neck of the wood.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. And that's where we'll draw the curtain today on the insights dealing with the Nigerian security reality. And helping us so far to unravel this issue has been Dr. John Ebo, former double commissioner here in Enugu State and a retired deputy sheriff in Los Angeles, California. Doc, it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
We expect to see more of you on the inside, Doc.
Thank you.
Yes.
Truly, it's my pleasure.
All right. And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about what Dr. John Ebo has said on these issues. Reach us with the hashtag, The Insight, all at Aneke TV on our social media handles. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines: threat to national stability. Governor Alex Oti reaffirms commitment to security as top priority in Abia State. Details of the news. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Dr. George Akume, has raised concern over the growing trend of school closures linked to insecurity across parts of the country. He warned that the development poses a serious threat to national stability and the future of education. Speaking at a high-level religious council meeting in Abuja, Dr. Akume said shutting down schools in volatile areas not only disrupts learning, but also exposes children to vulnerability and possible radicalization. He stressed that sustained closure of schools widens Nigeria's education deficit. The Secretary to Government of the Federation called for urgent strengthening of the federal government's Safe Schools initiative, insisting that learning environments must remain protected regardless of prevailing security challenges. He described education as central to national development and peace building. He also urged religious and traditional leaders to play active roles in countering misinformation and identity-based divisions ahead of the 2027 general elections, noting that key faith institutions remain key to promoting peace and national unity. The Katsina State Governor Malam Diko Umaru Rada has launched a new safety, security and violence-free schools policy aimed at strengthening protection for students and teachers across the state. The initiative is designed to address rising concerns over insecurity in educational institutions. At the unveiling in Katsina, Governor Rada said the administration would not tolerate threats such as bullying, gang activity, or attacks on school. He emphasized that a safe learning environment is essential for effective education delivery. The policy builds on the National Safe Schools Initiative but introduces state-specific measures, including integrated budgeting for security, early warning systems, and coordinated emergency response structures within schools. It also establishes collaboration between security agencies, community leaders, parents, and education authorities in order to ensure sustained protection and rapid response to threats affecting schools. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, and the Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Josh Amubutan, have agreed on a strengthened security framework ahead of upcoming elections in the country. Both officials reached the agreement during a strategic meeting at the force headquarters in Abuja, focusing on securing the Ekiti and Osun off-cycle elections, by-elections, and preparations for the 2027 general elections. Professor Mobuton called for enhanced protection for voters, including internally displaced persons and persons with disabilities, to ensure full participation in the electoral process without intimidation. In response, the Inspector General assured that the Nigerian Police Force has deployed intelligence-driven operations to curb all elections. The Abia State Governor, Dr. Alex Oti, says political activities ahead of the 2027 general elections will not distract his administration from ongoing development efforts in the state. He made the remark during an interaction with alumni of the Federal School of Arts and Science, Aba. Governor Oti expressed confidence that residents of Abia State are already witnessing positive changes, adding that governance priorities remain focused on infrastructure, economic growth, and public service delivery. He also highlighted progress in the state's power sector reforms, noting that Abia is advancing towards greater energy independence through ongoing electricity projects. According to him, plans are on the way to strengthen local electricity generation and distribution, supported by a state regulatory framework aimed at improving industrial and domestic power supply. The Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, has pledged to review of ministry conduct following allegations of human rights violations raised by legal practitioner Barrister Hamza Nuhu Dantani. The meeting took place in Abuja. Barrister Dantani presented cases alleging unlawful killings, arbitrary arrests, and prolonged detention of civilians, including a reported custodial death and fatal stray bullet incident involving a minor in Maiduguri. General Musa assured that the Defense Ministry would investigate all credible complaints, stressing that personnel found guilty of misconduct would face disciplinary action in line with military regulations. He also called for strengthened cooperation between security agencies and civil society groups, while urging citizens to support all lawful processes aimed at improving accountability and public trust. Troops of Operation Aneke have arrested 6 suspected terrorist collaborators during an operation conducted in Borno State under Operation Desert Sanity. The suspects were intercepted while attempting to evade security checks. Military authorities say the suspects were apprehended by personnel of the 5th Brigade after a pursuit operation along a road maintenance corridor, following attempts to flee in a pickup vehicle. Items recovered from the suspects include over 5 million naira in cash, mobile phones, sewing machines, clothing materials, food supplies, and ATM cards suspected to be linked to terrorist logistics networks. The Nigerian Army says the arrests represent a significant breakthrough in efforts to disrupt terrorist supply chains and weaken insurgent operations in the northeast. Residents of Garin, Lamido, and Yanshuni communities in Bakori local government area of Katsina State have been thrown into panic following a fresh levy imposed by armed bandits, reportedly led by Isiya Kwashengrawa. The armed group allegedly demanded 10 million naira as protection money, prompting fears of renewed attacks and displacement among rural farming communities already affected by insecurity. Local sources say the development has forced several families to flee their homes as uncertainty grows over possible retaliation should the demand not be met. The demand, security analysts warn that repeated informal agreements with armed groups are worsening criminal activity, calling for stronger and sustained security interventions in affected areas. Several persons are feared killed and others injured following an attack by gunmen during a mass burial in Nding Fan district of Barakin Ladi local government area of Plateau State. Eyewitness accounts indicate that the victims were attending the burial of 7 persons killed in the previous attack when the assailants struck from surrounding hills. The attackers reportedly opened fire on mourners as graves were being dug, forcing survivors to flee and abandon their rights in the chaos. Local youth leaders and eyewitnesses describe the situation as severe, with reports of simultaneous attacks in multiple communities, while rescue efforts are said to be ongoing. The Kano state government has dismissed reports alleging that 5 persons were killed during the swearing-in ceremony of Deputy Governor Moritala Sulegaru, describing the claims as false and misleading. The Commissioner for Information, Ibrahim Abdullahi Waya, said security agencies have no record of any such incidents linked to the official event at the government house in Kano. He explained that any reported violence occurred outside the venue and was really unrelated to the inauguration ceremony, accusing critics of spreading unverified information. The state government also highlighted ongoing efforts under its Safe Corridor program, which it says has rehabilitated over 2,000 youths involved in political thuggery and related offenses. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Dr. George Akume, warns that insecurity-driven school closures pose threat to national stability. Coming up shortly, Governor Alex Oti reaffirms security as top priority in Abia State development agenda. We'll be right back shortly. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has reiterated that security remains the central pillar of his administration's development agenda. He said this while receiving a delegation of the Nigerian Naval College alumni at the government house, Umuahia. Governor Oti said no meaningful development can take place in an atmosphere of insecurity, stressing that the protection of lives and property remains non-negotiable. He assured that all government policies are being designed with security considerations at the core. The governor noted that stability is essential for economic growth, adding that Abia must remain safe to sustain ongoing reforms and investments. He pledged continued investment in security architecture across the state. The visiting alumni commended the administration's efforts, describing developments in Umuahia and Aba as significant improvements. Governor Oti also highlighted merit-based appointment, including security sector engagement as part of its governance approach. Chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired, has declared that Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, has become a highly fortified zone against drug trafficking. He made this known during a briefing at the ndlea headquarters in Abuja. Marwa said enhanced surveillance, intelligence operations, and interagency cooperation have significantly reduced the activities of drug syndicates at the airport. He warned traffickers that the risk of interception now outweighs any potential gains. He noted that Nigeria's anti-narcotics framework has been strengthened through modern technology and improved intelligence sharing. According to him, the airport has become one of the most closely monitored entry and exit points in Africa. Marwa also announced a new partnership between Nigeria and Ghana on drug control. The agreement signed with Ghana's Narcotics Control Mission will focus on intelligence sharing, digital tracking, and anti-money laundering operations. The House of Representatives has criticized the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) over what it described as declining quality of telecommunication services across the country. Lawmakers raised the concern during plenary in Abuja. Members expressed concern over frequent dropped calls, poor network coverage, and slow internet services despite increased tariffs by operators. They said the situation is negatively affecting economic and emergency communication systems. The motion, sponsored by Representative Amadu Jahab, highlighted the widening gap between service charges and quality delivery. Lawmakers noted that Nigeria's expanding subscriber base has not been matched with infrastructure development. The House resolved to set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the sector. It also called for urgent regulatory intervention to address service failures and improve accountability within the telecommunications industry. A group of displaced farmers in From Afero Itoikim in Epe, Lagos State has protested over alleged items recovered. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Delta State Governor Sheriff Oberevori has flagged off the construction of the 11-kilometer Abo-Akaria road and bridge project in Ndokwa East local government area. The project is valued at 29.8 billion naira. The governor said the project is aimed at ending decades of infrastructural isolation in riverine communities. He explained that the road will improve access to markets, schools, and health facilities. The project includes a 140-meter bridge across the Okiri River and will be constructed using reinforced concrete pavement to withstand flooding conditions. Officials say this design ensures durability. Governor Oberevori said 40% mobilization has already been released to the contractor. He directed that the project be completed within 12 months to fast-track development in the area. Now in sports, Nigeria's national cricket teams have retained their position in the latest International Cricket Council rankings. The update reflects performances across recent international competitions. The women's team remains 26th globally with 79 points following strong performances, including success at the Nigeria Cricket Federation Invitational Tournament. Officials say this reflects steady improvement. The men's team, known as the Yellow Greens, dropped 2 places to 38 despite participating in World Cup qualifiers and international fixtures against Kenya. The team remains competitive on the continental stage. Nigeria maintains 7th position in Africa for both men's and women's categories. The ICC ranking system is based on a 3-year performance cycle across sanctioned international matches. Now in entertainment, skit maker and entertainer Katefe has sparked controversy after challenging popular musician Wizkid to a celebrity boxing match following his recent victory over fellow entertainer Portable. He made the remarks during a social gathering in Lagos. Katefe, who recently won a high-profile boxing bout, said he is ready for another fight and specifically named Wizkid as his next target. He added that he would like the bout to involve Wizkid's first son in attendance. The statement has triggered widespread reactions on social media, with fans of the musician expressing concern over provocative challenge. Many have described the comment as inappropriate and unnecessary. Entertainment observers say the development highlights the growing trend of celebrity boxing in Nigeria. However, they caution that such challenges must remain within professional and respectful boundaries. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Dr. George Akume, has expressed concern over the increasing closure of schools in parts of the country due to insecurity, warning that the development poses a serious threat to national stability. Dr. Akume said the disruption of academic activities not only affects learning outcomes, but also deepens the national education deficit and exposes young people to greater risk, including vulnerability to criminal influence and radicalization. The Abia State Governor, Dr. Ali Soti, has reiterated that security remains the cornerstone of his administration's development strategy, stressing that no meaningful progress can be achieved in an insecure environment. Governor Oti made the remark while receiving a delegation of the Nigerian Naval College alumni at the Government House on Maya, where he emphasized that the protection of lives and property remains a top priority of his government. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, please call 0703-043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masowa and the entire news team, I am Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each sung echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Orlu and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebuild Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. Agriculture. Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Enugu. Good afternoon, Nigeria. How are you guys doing? It's your baby girl Gift Obodo, popularly called official social lawyer, aka Red Pepper, Blue Pepper. But I have someone today that is peppering the red, that has the red pepper to, spice up our day, and her name is Ugoma Sinachi. Goma, how are you doing?
I'm good.
And you are collecting the position for me today. You are red pepper.
Hello, Ofotu. Hello, Nigeria. Hello, everybody. How are you all doing?
Who kissed you?
Today?
Who kissed you? Who kissed you?
I kissed myself.
No, who kissed you?
Gifts, aka 47. I kissed myself.
Because no, you guys should just zoom. Who kissed you? I got this girl to seduce you on this show. I refuse to be seduced. Well, I still remember your innocent.
Let me go seduce you. You're double day. We go seduce you.
I still remember your innocent gift.
Ino.
My second name is Innocent.
Ino, I hear.
Hello, welcome to Vice Central, where we give you hot gist and gossip, where we tell you what is going on in the entertainment industry. Aproko with the gossip here. No be say what we do.
Na aproko.
Aproko, no concern us.
We'll give you guys what's going on online.
I don't gossip.
We'll tell you what's going on online. Now she teach me how to gossip. So if you notice that I gossip a lot or I talk too much, you guys should just hold that responsibility because she's been the one.
No.
She's been the one.
No.
Let me not talk too much.
Don't talk too much. Don't talk too much. But I need to take it to cloud 9 today.
Please take me.
Take you because you're all looking damn red. This is a dangerous color. Black, red.
Chai. Hi. It's a wine.
My imagination won't keep me here. I not take it here. Nigerian government. Somebody said something. Ivion said, Nigerian government, please make Nigeria safe for everyone to be able to go and hustle. Things are hard. Let it be safe for people to travel other places, cities to fend for themselves. A person will get work, they aim to pay tax in Nigeria. Yvonne Jegede urges Nigerian government. The actress Yvonne Jegede, Nigerian government. You see an incident of fire outbreak at Enugu yesterday. That
I really feel for life of people. Almost 100 people were got their lives, lost their life. Like a lot of things needs to be done because I don't see any cause accident in that particular place. That road is very smooth. What could have been the problem? What could have caused this explosion? Like every year. Last year we lost
Massive life.
the same amount of people were lost. Lives were lost last year in explosion. Then this year we thought that we're not going to have the same accidents occur in that same road again.
And this one was in the night. People were not able to see. Like people were people were caught up in this,
imagine
the fire.
The pain, like honestly.
And this is, I think today is just all about our country because someone has stepped up.
Everybody's talking. People like had enough of this.
BBG Niger star Fina, said something as regard what the Money Point CEO Toynton came out to say, I used to think Nigeria bright, but it's not high as it used to be. We are struggling to find like people like up to 500 to fill up vacancies. Now people we found are not even up to global standard. And then Fina come out to the BB Niger start came out yesterday to say that this country can make you drop your intelligence. Just be fooling. In Nigeria, just get better, or I will just get better. I will stop. To get better, she said she stopped fooling and dust her engineering certificate and move to the real life. But if in Nigeria will make you dull your intelligence, make you look dull and all. What do you think about this? Nigeria, our country, it's getting bad day by day.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to drop standard now. It's trying to go to street.
Yeah.
Streetwise now. Everybody says street orientation.
They say if you don't take risk, you can't make it. You have to take risk to make it. So everybody's looking for all means to be there to make end means, because you can't sit and fold our arms in this country. Because if you sit and fold your arms, you're not going to eat. So you have to do something. You have to do something. You have to go extreme to be able to feed. A lot is really happening. May God help us in this country.
Amen.
Amen. Like
Amen.
we're going to see if Nigeria will be better. I hope so. I hope Nigeria will get better someday. But as it seems like this now, I don't think there will be change in this country because our leaders are not giving us hope at all.
So online personality Judas causes stay after framing the SS skin removed from her body during tummy talk. Yeah. Now, see, this is the
she go use some cook soup. She won't hang the frame for her room. They remember the fats, the excess meats, excess flesh.
I don't know what they're actually promoting.
I don't know. I have no idea what these people are trying to promote. They are not helping at all. Then that brings me to another gist about something similar to what Goddess Judah, what is her name, said. Okay, this comes from Etinosa. She said, Auntie, if you get money, fix things. Get your face done, get your tummy done, get your body done. Don't let uneducated people tell you shit. So she's trying to say, Etinosa, the actress, she's trying to say that if you have the money, you should go do your body. Do anything, do BBL, whatever. She doesn't mind if it has negative.
Because she did her own.
Yeah, exactly where I'm coming from. Maybe she had gone to do one or two things on her body. That's why she's able to.
She did it and she was showing us.
She is able to come out to tell us to go and do. Make people do. Because
people are not hiding going under the knife now.
That's just it.
Everybody's proud of it.
Everybody's being, they feel it was trending. Everybody's doing, let them do it.
Negativity is actually trending in this country.
Meanwhile, why would she even be encouraging such? Knowing fully well that a lot of young girls have lost their lives
trying
to do the process of this. A lot of our girls, a girl died early this year, right?
Yeah,
a few months
two
ago.
girls.
Yeah, few died last year trying to do the same thing. Does she think it's everyone that can afford it? Can you keep up with the standard? Can you be able to maintain what's coming? That's just, are they thinking about the future? Would they see money to maintain this body? They are trying to be done. Do your body, do your body.
Okay, let me just say, Nurse Boy said something. If I get married and my wife brings a private issue, we could have settled at home to the internet. That's the deal breaker for me.
Well, I am not in support of anyone bringing their issues online, especially when it comes to marital issues, right? But when it comes to something, what he says, something secret, something private, it depends on what this lady could bring outside. Depends on what you're doing to her. She can't be enduring the same way Regina was enduring, where we didn't know what she was going through until she spoke about it. What if she's going through abuse in her marriage, domestic violence? What if she's going through a lot of things? I should not expected to come online and talk about it, to seek for help from the public.
So, you know, men always say that they are safe for divorce, even if they're divorced. The woman is losing out there. That has been the notion out there.
They always feel that the woman will lose.
Yeah, at the end.
As long as she takes care of her body, a man will marry her.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have another
us?
gist. We have our very own BB Niger lady. That's Angel Smith. She bought herself a Mustang, comfortable. She bought herself a car a week after her messy, marital saga.
I don't know what these people are trying to. Buying herself a Mustang convertible is just like trying to promote that GTBL or something like GLTBL.
I don't think that marriage really held.
You know,
that marriage
was cruise.
It was cruise. I don't think it held. She, you know, she has not been in the face of the internet, in the face of people, public. Then they just cook up something. All this for they can just catch cruise. But I don't still believe she got married to a fellow man. Like seriously, I don't still believe that.
She posted her marriage certificate online.
It can be cooked up, you know.
It doesn't. America will prosecute you if you do that. It's not Nigeria that you can actually go through with that.
Okay, except that.
So basically this is actually leads me to the same. Someone said overheard Yoruba like 4 times in the past 10 minutes walking across Manchester. We took like our language. Someone was speaking thick Ilesha by my window the other day in London. I had to sit up for a minute. You know, I think Igbo people are the ones silencing their native language in Yoruba. Yorubas, they don't.
I don't think the way it's come on. Igbo people are speaking up right now.
No,
they are not hiding
not.
it. Wow.
I don't think so.
No. Igbos are doing well.
I'm not saying that they're not
they are
doing
bringing,
well.
yeah, in terms of language,
Yeah.
their dialect, they are bringing it up these days. I see them, a lot of them, speaking their language in diaspora. They are no longer hiding like before. I think they are beginning to sit up. You know, they are beginning to shy away, stop shying away their language, okay, their culture and everything. I think some of these musicians are going global. You know, these are Igbo musicians. They are bringing their culture over there, the language and everything. They are, you know, doing something about it. It's not just Yorubas. And I don't know. I want to understand the reason why when an Igbo man speaks, they call them local. But when a Yoruba man speaks, they don't localize them. They don't tell them, oh, you people are local. You spoke your Igbo, you spoke Yoruba, you're a local person. You're a village person. I don't understand why is that. I've been thinking about that. Why is it so?
Okay, someone said, once I noticed you are the type of person that loves to argue with the police. Me and you no feel even come out together. Not standing on your grounds is why the MPF, Nigerian Police Force, keeps oppressing people.
Wow.
I think for me, I like people that speak out.
Yeah.
But don't overdo it. Just speak out. Because
Don't
I think
cross
the
the
reason
boundary.
why these police people, Nigerian Police Force, are oppressing us is because we don't speak out.
Yeah.
So you telling people that you don't like certain kind of people because they speak out. It's just like me, my father, I will speak out. I'll talk.
Okay,
I'll go talk.
I have a friend of mine, a male friend of mine, who had.
You always have a friend.
Yes.
You always have no friend.
I have a friend of mine, guys.
I never said, okay, let me tell you a story between me and Gift.
Don't worry.
I'll talk about you.
I don't like it. I'll still talk about you. I don't want to implicate you. I don't want to implicate you. That's right.
No, guys, I'm going to implicate you if I have one. If I have one, I don't spare any word. I don't spare any, aspect.
Oh, you don't want to spare me.
I don't want to spare you. I don't want to spare you.
Anyway, Sha, don't worry. I'm going to open her nyash very soon on this clip. You're all going to laugh. So I have a friend of mine who had the same issue. You know, yesterday we were driving by. We are getting closer to the police checkpoint. He said I should not laugh.
Yeah.
That the police had stopped him before. So they had a little chit chat. So I'm going to that, I just hit my because I'm already laughing. Because he had told me a lot of stories about how police That, in fact, they come to his house regularly to check on him. Like, he was always having issue, like, you know, having issue. The point that he went to the commissioner of police, the two of them became friends. He had to go there, give them money, you know, like that kind of thing, you know. So he said there was a time they came to his house. His brother ran away, ran through the window. In fact, I don't know how he did it, but I saw that the window was bent, the burglar, this was a bit, the iron was bent. I was actually saying his brother ran away through there. So he said that when the police came to his house, I don't know what they were looking for. They just saw him drive, you know. They don't use I see fresh guy. They always like to, you know what's happening. Yeah. So they came to his house early in the morning. So the police entered his kitchen house. He was hiding, looking at the police. The police came inside. So when the police were there looking for him, he now came out and, who are you looking for? What are you doing here? So that I'm trying to say is that he's this type of person that always stands his ground, always is the type of person that challenges police people. They still not do anything to him. So now they are now friends with him. He now became friends with the police. So they, even that yesterday, immediately they saw him, the police guy stopped and shook his hand, were like, they started laughing. You know, he was like, I shouldn't laugh. I was trying to hold my laughter. So that is it. That is it. I like people that can actually stand up for their rights, but at the same time, don't cross boundary while at it. Because sometimes these police can be so brutal. They can be so bad in a way that maybe they'll just bench you.
A friend in a fatal accident, a friend of mine in a fatal accident, and 2 days after his burial, his sister checked his email and saw an email saying that the job he applied for 3 months ago had been successful, and the job pays $3,500 and it's remote. I cried my eyes out.
Well, that's just life.
Yeah.
When he was alive, that job never came.
I have a friend called Wisdom. He's a camera guy anyway. Yeah, I have a friend like he did that. So he has a friend also that has a similar story. So he had to check. You know, he told me that his relative, he was just trying to express himself. He told me that his relative happened to, have one issue, and he was prison. And that point was where he was meant to go for a job interview for a particular job. At that point, he has the same issue. And that job was meant, like, if not for any, he was qualified for it. So I think this life happens to some people.
He went to prison.
Yeah.
Is he still there now?
Yeah, I don't know. But I need to ask that my friend who is Wisdom, who is the camera guy, to, tell him, oh yeah, what's up? What happened? What happened?
It is well. God will see him through. He would.
You sure?
Out. Yeah, definitely.
So what do you think about this story? About the guy who lost his life, and 2 days, they found out that he has a job, to himself that pays $3,000. Is he your village people, or do you think? What do you think?
Life happens, guys. Life really happens.
Yeah.
Okay, when we need something, we don't get it at the time. Oh my God, I don't know what to say. I really feel
I don't know.
bad.
I want to cry.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure this person might have waited for this job for a very long time. He has been waiting for their response, their feedback to get back to him. And when he died, that's when the email came in that he has gotten the job.
So I don't want you to cry here.
I'm not going to cry.
For her not to cry, we're going to go on a short break. When we'll be right back, we'll tell you what later happened and what happened to Wisdom's friend.
Catch you guys later.
We'll catch you guys later.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to Vibe Central, where we give you hot gossip on your naked TV. And you know what we do here? We spill hot gossip. I go back to what we were saying. That was an emotional story.
Yeah,
I felt so
emotional.
much, you know.
I feel really bad.
For the person.
Whatever you are, guy, man, I really hope your heart find your soul find rest. And wherever you are right now, I'm very sure you are in a better place and you're doing amazing for yourself. You're even gotten a job way better than the one that you didn't get while you were in this world with us. I'm sure. And I prophesy that wherever you are, you're doing amazing. In another word,
you prefer what?
I prophesy. I predict that. I believe that you're doing amazing. You're doing great. You're a champion wherever you are.
Sinner prophesying to another sinner.
That's the mind. That brings us back to our never gist. I have another gist for you guys. This is coming from our 001. It seems like our 001 is actually, you know, having a plan of going into government. Like, seriously. Davido said, our 001 dance Davido said, if I ever decide to work in government, I will still be performing, but not as much as now. Whoa! That means when our very own Davido Aneke decides to venture into government and, you know, a leader or governor, whatever it is that he wants to contest, that means he's not going to be giving us back-to-back performance. You feel like, you're gonna reduce it because it will have a lot of responsibility at hand. Okay, so guys, what do you say about this Davido's new development? Because it seems like we have a lot to unveil from our very own Davido.
So what's the next? What's next on us?
Okay, we have something. We have our very own jokers. I call these people jokers. Our cruise catchers. And the wife. These people are really joking with our mental health. Yes, they are getting on our nerves. What do you mean by the other times was Javi saying that she's a virgin? Now Pella is a virgin. Then Javi reveals that Pella is still a virgin and they are waiting until marriage. Can you imagine?
Just like this week, we saw Javis in a room where she's getting an ultrasound or scan, you know, showing us that there's a baby growing in her womb. Now, how come? I don't know.
I don't try to make us.
I don't know who is the Virgin Mary and who. And what should be Virgin Mary? What should be Joseph? There should be a Virgin Mary and there should be a Joseph. But I was saying that we're having two Virgin Marys.
This is not
in a man's body, one in a female's body. Like,
I still say, no go carry these people for me. Make I flog them waiting no good.
I don't I'm just giving up on these two people. Like, so ma, please take us to cloud now with your last gist for today.
All right, our last gist is coming from Toke Makinwa. Toke Makinwa, a very beautiful online personality. She's just an actress. She said, consistency really produces result. I'm not one to pretend or lie. I was on Monjaro till December. My last dose was on the 31st of December, and I hit the gym hard in January. I have worked out every day of the week, but Saturday or Sunday for a month. So she's trying to say that she also said that she eats once a day, hit the gym. Like, she's trying to educate us on how she maintained her body even after childbirth. I like to see women work on themselves. I don't like where some women, once they have one baby, they be looking like pig. They don't take care of themselves again. No matter whether you have money or not, they become so fat. I know that childbirth can make you add weight so much and weight. Well, it's how you carry your body. It's how you work on yourself.
You know, when you came in here, I said something about your lips.
You are talking about someone that kissed me. Nobody kissed me.
Okay, let me ask
you. Just a proof.
How do you make someone, like, how do you realize you like someone? Is it by the way you kiss the person?
Yeah. If I'm able to kiss you.
So you're a kisser?
I love kissing. I love kissing. I enjoy kissing.
You don't like
more
bedroom
than
magic?
anything. As long as the person's mouth smells really nice, you take care of your mouth. Your mouth smells really nice, and you as well. You smell really nice. You're a neat person. Your breath is okay. What is kiss that I cannot kiss?
So you don't like bedroom magic?
I die there. Which one be bedroom magic again? I don't know, spoil me.
You like kisses, but you don't like bedroom magic.
Well,
bedroom magic.
I love bedroom magic. I love
everything. What's the bedroom magic you're talking about?
Right?
Eh?
Foreplay.
No.
What's that?
Bedroom magic.
I have no idea.
Don't spoil my public.
I have no idea. All I know is foreplay. I don't know what else they call it.
Bedroom magic.
Please explain. I beg, I'm lost. I'm an innocent.
I think I will explain on another episode. What? All right. Just remind me. Ask me.
I will write it down. I'll write it down.
See, I have something for you.
I'll write it down. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys here. Give said she's gonna teach me. She's gonna explain to me what bedroom magic is all about on the next episode, and I can't wait. I'm sure you guys can't wait to hear what she's trying to give us.
I actually brought this pen and paper to educate her what bedroom magic is. So bedroom magic 101 says that man knows how to kiss very well. That's why every time she comes to this studio, her mouth is glittering. I'm here to ask her what is happening. But for now, just imagine coming here since this time, this duration, your mouth is still glittering, like you know. But that is not by bedroom magic, my own definition of bedroom magic. But I will teach you.
I want to elaborate.
Wait, I will teach you.
Okay, don't worry. I'm going to write it down. I'll remind you. Once I get home, I'm going to write it.
I don't know what to spoil for you, but thank you to the people of Enugu, beautiful of Enugu, like the beautiful and my beautiful people of Enugu and beautiful people of Hamen Kingdom. What's your kingdom? What's your beautiful kingdom? What's your beautiful kingdom?
Hofia.
So thank you to the beautiful people of Enugu, and a big shout out to my own baby girl, Mma.
Yeah.
Bedroom,
Yeah. You guys remember, she's gonna elaborate on that bedroom. Because this girl don't to spoil. I don't know who's spoiling her, but I'm
not beautiful Mma. But people are not permitted to call her beautiful Mma. I'm the only one permitted to call her, but you guys are permitted to call her beautiful, elegant, charming, baby girl, Mma Ugoma Sinajin. She always tell you people to clock it.
Clock it, ladies. Clock it, guys. Clock it, guys, tomorrow, okay? See you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Once again, in a special way, we welcome you to Security Watch on Aneke TV. It is the program whose duty it is to place a check on the security of lives and property in our nation. It also makes robust suggestions on how to reduce insecurity to the barest minimum, or even to bring insecurity to an end if it is possible. And I think it's possible. You can always find us on our socials, our Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube on Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, and today we are looking at the fire safety and control. Thank you so much. Permit me to introduce to you our guest on the studio today. We have a high-profile and prominent personality, a director, or the director, Enugu State Fire Service. He also measures up as a fellow Nigeria Society of Engineers. Engineer Opudule Oha is here on the studio. Chief, you're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. How are you today, sir?
I'm cool.
Okay. How do you feel doing your job as a fire officer?
I feel blessed. I feel privileged to be in a position to serve my state, to serve humanity, and to serve the whole world. I feel privileged.
All right. Thank you so much. Then when we mention fire safety and control, what are we really talking about?
We are talking of all those measures or actions that we have to take to make sure that there is no avoidable fire outbreaks. Those things that can make us to be fire safety. Those things that can make our environment to be free from fire outbreak. That's what we are talking about when we say fire safety and control, or fire control.
Okay, then whose responsibility can we say it is to measure this safety of fire and control?
It's a responsibility of everybody to measure it. If what we mean is to do the needful to make sure that we are compliant to fire safety measures. It's the responsibility of everybody, because there is a saying which we normally say that somebody who is available when fire started is far more important than a firefighter. That's why we take our fire education far and beyond to make sure that all the citizens, all the people that are residents in Enugu State know something or know what they're supposed to do to prevent fire outbreak, and for them to know what to do in case if there is unavoidable fire outbreak. So to measure fire safety and control is responsibility of everybody that is living in Enugu State, if we want to narrow it down to our states. But in everywhere you are responsible. fire department is just an authority to make sure that people comply with fire safety measures and to make sure that if there is a fire outbreak that they attend to it. But how do we control? How do you observe fire safety? It is the responsibility of every individual around every environment.
All right, Director, let us quickly bring it to the causes of fire outbreak.
Yeah, we have 3 main causes of fire outbreak. We have the act of carelessness, we have natural cause, we have willful acts. And if I break them, if I discuss them one after another, most cause of fire outbreak in this part of the world is caused by number 1, which is act of carelessness. Act of somebody not doing what he's supposed to do to prevent fire outbreak. The act of somebody being careless, being negligent of some certain actions, or not doing what the person is supposed to do. That is one. Then the next one...
Chief, please, before you go to that one, what are those things the person is supposed to do that is negligence of?
Yeah, of course, there's so many things. For example, if we take the time we are in now, which is dry season stroke hammer time, if you don't clear your environment of bushes and there's a fire outbreak caused by maybe hunters or headers, a bushfire that made the fire to spread to your residential building is as a result of your carelessness, because you're supposed to have cleared your surroundings of bushes. Again, if you don't switch off all your electrical appliances when you are leaving your home, as we are here in Aneke TV, and maybe when you left, there was no fire, there was no electricity, and you forgot to switch off all your electrical appliances, and when they brought back the light, as a result of you didn't switch off all those your electrical appliances which you're supposed to switch off, and there was a fire outbreak, it is an act of carelessness on your side or my side if I'm the one responsible. If after work, the staff of Aneke TV forgot to switch off the electrical appliances and go home, and maybe somewhere along the line, the authority restores electricity, and there was overheating or power surge that resulted in fire outbreak, it is an act of carelessness. Because our teaching is that you switch off all your electrical appliances when they are not in use.
Okay, you are talking about the causes of
yeah, what I meant by carelessness. If somebody is using a pressing iron to straighten his clothes, and the person, maybe due to one thing or the other, didn't unplug the electrical iron and start attending to other things, maybe due to heating, the electrical iron and ignited fire by putting fire on the clothes, it's an act of carelessness. If after smoking cigarette, for those people that smoke, because we know we are in dry season, and the person refused to put off the cigarette end and maybe threw it into the bush, and maybe some moment later, the cigarette end ignited fire in the bush, which spreads to residential, or even if it doesn't spread to residential building, it is an act of carelessness. That's not somebody not keeping his home. Lack of housekeeping can equally result in a fire outbreak, and these things they accumulate into carelessness. Let us talk of people who are using gas cooker. The safety measure or the safety control is that when you enter your kitchen, maybe you went out for work, when after work, when you came back, that before you put on your gas cooker, you're supposed to have opened your windows, the windows of your kitchen door, for ventilations to come in and go out. And the failure to do that is an act of carelessness. You answering call while using gas cooker, while cooking, which can ignite fire, is an act of carelessness. Somebody answering call in filling station is an act of carelessness. So most of these, all these things I mentioned now are acts of carelessness, and some other things which I will remember as the program goes on. I will continue telling us that these are the acts of carelessness can result in fire outbreak.
All right.
Overloading your electrical sockets is an act of carelessness.
All right, Director, thank you so much. You mentioned leaving our electrical appliances on when we are leaving the house.
Not only when we are leaving the house, even when we are not using them. If you are living in a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom flat and you are in the parlor and the radio in your room is on, the lights on your room, the AC is on, when somebody is not in those rooms, it can cause a fire outbreak. And if it causes a fire outbreak, it's an act of carelessness. Because what we are preaching is not only when you are leaving home. Switch off all your electrical appliances that are not in use. There's no need, even economically wise, it's not useful that when you are not in your room, that your light is on. What is the light on for? What is the light doing there? That AC is on. Why is the AC on? Because there's nobody there enjoying the AC. So the preaching or the gospel is switch off all your electrical appliances when they are not used. Not only when you are leaving your house, your home, your offices, or your industry. So if you have 2 offices or 3 offices here and nobody is in one of those offices, all the electrical appliances are supposed to be off. Can even save energy for you. So that's what we are saying. It's not just when you are going.
Let's talk of refrigerator that will store things into the refrigerator for freezing. And when we are leaving the house, even when we are sleeping, it's always on. I know you are not an electrical engineer, but then a lot of times when we plug power surge, then plug that of refrigerator, is there any way the power surge can maybe prevent it from maybe anything fire burning, as case may be?
Yes, power surge helps in, it's not just not to cause fire, but what power surge normally do is to regulate the inflow of currents in order to make sure that the appliances that you plug on it will not burn. Because I say that you're supposed to switch off all your electrical appliances when and you are trying to ask me what of the refrigerator that will know that have valuable things. So what we normally advise people, what I normally advise people, which I do, is to separate my fridge from other power source. To have a separate line for my fridge. And always placing your fridge where it cannot come in contact with any burning material, like cotton, like clothes, like papers, so that even if there is a power surge or electrical fault, or even if it starts to burn, it cannot spread to other areas. Because in this our country, we don't have power always. So you can't tell somebody to switch off his fridge or freezer because it might cause a fire outbreak. Because knowing that you don't know when power will come, you don't know when they will take it, and people have valuable items in the fridge. So what we normally say is take safety measures like separating your power, the line to your fridge. Let it be standalone, and let your fridge or freezer be placed where it doesn't have any burning material around. And with our study and our investigation, most of the fire outbreaks doesn't come from fridge. It's not like AC that normally causes this thing. It's they have minimal fire outbreak as a result of a fault from fridge, because it is built in such a way that is fire resistant to a certain level. So, but we equally advise people any place you are positioning your fridge, you make sure that there's no cut in there. That's something that, assuming that it start burning, so that it will not have something to sustain the fire. So we're not advising people to switch their fridge on so that the valuable items in their fridge will not. But every other thing, it's light bulb, wires that normally cause fire outbreak, electrical fire outbreak. So we're equally using this opportunity to advise our people to always make sure that they engage the services of qualified electricians and buying original electrical materials. And in that aspect, Nigerian wires are the best around this part of the world.
Okay.
Nigerian wires are very, very good. So that is where we were coming first, that it is preferable to foreign wires. So you make sure you use Nigerian wires, and you make sure you engage the services of a qualified electrician for him to do your wiring, for him to make sure that any place that there is electrical or naked wire that is sellotape, it uses sellotape to cover it, so that it will not come in, negative and positive will not come in contact, because when they come in contact, they can electrocute somebody, they can cause physical fire, which might come in contact with a burning material, and it will result in a fire outbreak.
All right, Chief, thank you so much. If you are joining us now, this is Security Watch on Aneke TV. I've been here with the Director, Enugu State Fire Service, Engineer Okudele Paha. Our topic is fire safety and control. Thank you so much for being there. Let's continue. Chief, we have seen vehicles that pick fire. Maybe some are parked and some are on motion. What normally, or how has that been the carelessness of the driver that such comes to happen?
One, first of all, at times it's not as a carelessness of the driver. At times it's as a result of carelessness of a driver. Let me now dwell on the one caused by carelessness of a driver. I normally tell our people we should not, because of economic hardship, not do the right thing. You will see somebody that his vehicle developed electrical faults. Instead of him to engage the services of a qualified and sanctified auto mechanic or auto electrician, sorry, the person will now engage roadside auto electrician. And when you engage a roadside auto electrician who doesn't know the proper thing to do, he will do a half job. He may do wiring in your car without closing all those naked wires by using what we normally call sellotape. And when we are moving your vehicle, the two wires, negative and positive, may touch, and it will start fire. And the same thing goes to when you have leakage, when your exhaust pipe or your fuel tank is leaking, and you didn't take it to welder or to banner beater to do proper work. It's a kind of carelessness. But some people will say, nah, as far as this motor is moving, let me be managing it. And again, if you buy a car of 20 million, 10 million, 3 million, and you don't have fire extinguisher, you are careless and you are a fool. If I can bring out 10 million to buy a car, but I cannot bring 20-something million to buy 2 kg DCP, in case something thousand. Yes.
Or 20-something million.
20-something thousand for fire. I'm talking of fire extinguisher. Not 1 kg. 1 kg is around 16-17, but a sizable one. Because I see that 1 kg is not big enough, or the chemical content is not big enough to put off a fire that is happening in a SUV vehicle, or maybe a Halos or something like that. So if I can bring out 10 million to buy a car, so why can't I bring 20-something thousand naira to buy a suitable and sizable fire extinguisher that I can use if there is a fire outbreak? But our people who so much believe in God, and who so much believe my village people, they pursue me. When you have not done the right thing supposed to do, when you are encouraging somebody or giving somebody a professional advice or safety advice, that when you have a vehicle, when you have an office, when you have a home, you need to buy fire extinguisher in case of fire outbreak. Also, God forbid, oh, brother Jesus, it will not my portion. Who is it his portion? That is our problem in Africa. We believe in faith. Well, when I say faith, I mean F-A-T-E. That whatever happens is how God wants it. No, it's not true. God has given us power. God has given us the knowledge. God has given us the wisdom to make our environment safe. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to do the right thing. We need to do the needful, and then hope in God. We know the Bible says that if God does not protect a city, it is in vain that the watchers watch. But you must have a security man before God will help you. You cannot just say, it's not my portion. You buy a vehicle that you know that it generates heat. You buy a vehicle or you build a house. Okay, why can't people build a house and stop putting burglary proofs and putting doors? You should leave your house open. Let us know whether your property will be there. And I tell people that fire is more dangerous than thieves. Because a real thief comes to your house or stops you, is to thief your valuable thing or things it seems to be valuable, except your life. Your money, your jewelry, some valuable properties, and he will go. But fire doesn't have a conscience. I'm not talking of assassins, because those people are to kill. They will collect and kill.
It's clear.
Are you getting it? The thief, no thief is rare, but thieves, somebody who is just to thief or to stay or to eat, will just pick something he likes or he feels that he can get money from and go. But fire will burn everything, including you, if you cannot run away from fire. So why can't we value or fear fire more than other people? Somebody will buy a car, he will put tracker, he will put this, because so that people will not steal it. But you cannot buy a fire extinguisher. And the cheapest tracker is about 80,000 naira. So we even disable your tracker and carry your vehicle.
Okay.
But you cannot bring 20-something thousand to buy fire extinguisher. You cannot engage a fire officer, which you don't even pay, to teach you how to use those fire extinguisher and to teach you what you can do. And some people now, maybe when they see Aneke TV that we are talking of fire safety, the person will switch another thing. You cannot even listen to get valuable knowledge on how to prevent fire and on how to fight it, assuming it occurs. So what I'm trying to say is that the fire outbreak that involves cars can be out of carelessness, for the person not servicing his car when he's supposed to service it, for the person not engaging a professional when the car develops, whether it is electrical fault or any other fault that may result to a fire outbreak. It's an act of carelessness. Some may say the economy is bad, but you are driving a car. Why not park your car and use your leg or enter public transport until you put your car in
order?
In order. So these are why I say it's an act of carelessness.
All right. What are those aspects of it that are not out of carelessness?
Yes. When I was talking of, I say we have three main causes of fire outbreak. We have now talked about number one, which is an act of carelessness.
We are particular with drivers now. You've mentioned all of the actions of the driver that are carelessness, so to say. And you said there are other actions or there are other reasons if a car can pick fire that is not out of carelessness of the driver.
I may not clearly state what may be, not why or when a car can catch fire without being out of carelessness. Okay. Because if it is not out of carelessness of the driver, it may be out of carelessness of another person. In 99.9% of causes of fire in Nigeria falls within carelessness. I've been in fire service for over 20 years. I've done foreign training, I've done investigations. It's an art of carelessness. Because if there's an accident, between the two drivers, one person must be at fault. If a panel beater is working on your car and it catches fire, it's as a result of that panel beater, not the driver. And you cannot park your car and your car will just catch fire. There must be a cause. And what is that cause? It must be as a result of maybe not the driver now. If you're not saying that now, it's not the carelessness of the driver.
All right, Chief, that is taken. Out of the three causes of fire outbreak, you've talked about the carelessness. There are these other two. One is willful act, and then the other one
is natural act.
Natural act.
Yeah. In Nigeria, we don't normally have fire outbreak as a result of nature. When we are talking of fire that can be caused by nature, we are talking of volcanic eruption. We don't have volcanic eruption. We don't have earthquake mostly in Africa.
True.
We don't have wildfires. So that's why most times We don't have lightning. It's very rare for you to say that there's a fire outbreak as a result of lightning, thunder. Are you getting it now? So that's why we don't talk much about it, but we always tell people that when you are talking of how many causes of fire do we have, it's three: the carelessness, the natural cause, and the willful act.
All right, let's come to the willful act proper.
Then when you are now talking of fire as a result of willful act, it's when somebody willfully, knowingly, put fire on anything. It may be trying to be winchous by putting fire in your neighbor's property out of jealous, out of envy, out of the person is progressing more than you. It may be as a result of you willfully, knowingly, intentionally putting your property on fire.
Your own property?
Yes, maybe to defraud insurance company. Maybe to eat the money of your creditor, somebody who supply me. Where we see this type of things, traders. Maybe you bought materials on credit. After selling the materials, you don't want to pay back. You will now put fire on your shop. We have had such cases.
You mean people do that?
Yes. And claim that fire burnt all the goods that was supplied to you on credit. People can be very malicious. People can be very winchous. People can be very devilish. We have seen a lot of things. Some people will put their shop on fire and come to us and tell us that they lost 1 billion naira. But I'm just giving an example. Should give them fire report. And when you now tell them that they will pay government 10%, they will start running because they didn't lose such amount of money. So these are on the cases of welfare, and so some of these Fulani cattle rearers or headers or whatever, or hunters, our local hunters, putting fire on bushes is willful act because you knowingly, intentionally, you are doing that, and it's life imprisonment. So these are the causes. That's why I said 99 points is carelessness. Because through the special grace of God, it's not because of all this headers issue. Willful act Nigeria or this part of the world has reduced. Because one of the things we did when we took over, or when I took over as the chief officer, was going to all the markets, sensitizing them on the need. There's a market in Enugu. And let me not mention them. There's a market in Enugu that it is always customary that every year there will be a fire outbreak there. It was almost customary that whenever the leadership election is coming, there will be a fire outbreak. Either to discredit the sitting government or for one campaign group to score point against the other ones. And we went to them. We had our pansec then was Barrister Okuyonaga. And went to the market and we told them to their face that they are the people causing the fire outbreak. And that's like a magic, it stopped. That's why in some markets they say, if you have been living in Enugu for a long time, you know markets where there's always a fire outbreak then. It's no more coming now. It's no more.
Yes, I'm aware.
And the government of the day now made us to do risk assessments in all our markets and make a report. And we did that. And we recommended to governments to buy fire extinguishers and install in all those markets. We stored fire extinguishers in more than 50-something major markets in the state, including those markets we hear that they're in the village, like Oriogu, like Timba and Soka, like in Ubeze North and Ibezes. Most of those we picked in all the states. And we taught all the leaders and security on how to use those fire extinguishers. And they put it on them that a trained security man on how to use fire extinguisher is far better and far valuable than a firefighter that is miles away from that market. That anytime they see any atom of smoke or fire, they should use fire extinguisher. That is one of the secrets that has reduced fire outbreak in our markets. How many times have we heard that there's a fire outbreak in social market? If you are being observant, you know it can, because we enter the market, we sensitize them, we told them what they will know about them, we bought fire extinguisher for them, we installed fire extinguisher in the markets, we taught them how to use those fire extinguishers. If I tell you what the value of materials or value of property those fire extinguishers bought by previous government is saving the state and continued by this present government, you will know that government is working. That's why people are no more talking about fire service, fire this, fire that. It has been reduced to be like this minimum. But people are not giving government credit on that. They are just talking about some little insecurity in terms of policing or kidnapping or this thing. But they are not praising government about fire safety. How this government, this present government, has sustained the effort of past governments in terms of our safety. Will it shock you now that almost all the public buildings in the state has been, who have installed fire extinguisher in them, including the newly constructed bus terminals,
okay,
including ICC, including Minister of Justice. It's not like that before. Immediately we go to the scene of fire. We can't do magic that the fire will not, that fire will just, everything there will not become normal. What we normally do is to make sure that fire does not spread an inch from where we met it.
Chief, before you come to that, you are doing an enormous job from the explanations you have given so far. I think more on fire extinguisher, the next time you be coming here, I think it is good you come in with fire extinguisher so that it demonstrates to our viewer on how to use it. So more on the fire extinguisher, we have noticed that fire extinguisher, they appear in many colors. Some are red, some are black, some are blue, and so on. Their usefulness, is it as a result of the color? Maybe their content is a result of the color, or they are just uniformed in the usefulness?
Originally, we have different types of fire extinguishers. We have powder, we have cartridge, we have water, we have CO2, and they were going with colors. But with time, some of those fire extinguishers started phasing out, started being obsolete. When people started doing more research, we started questioning, why should we have water fire extinguisher? Water is commonly and easily available. And again, that for you to save your property, you don't need to use water to put off fire. Because if you have your documents and you are trying to save it from fire and you pour it water, you are still doing what? Destroying it. So now we came to a point that we have two major fire extinguishers, which is CO2 and DCP. DCP is dry chemical powder, and they are red. So to answer your question, initially the coloring of fire extinguisher was based on the types and the maker. Some people choose red, some people choose
black.
Are you getting it now? Depends on it doesn't necessarily mean the content, but initially it was, but now not. Because you can see black, that is CO2, and still see red, that is CO2.
Okay.
It's just what the maker or the producer decides, the color is to you. Okay. But normally, fire extinguisher is red. Whether it is CO2, whether it's DCP, what gives you what identifies the content is what is written on it, the label it has, and the shape. Because CO2 is normally straight, while DCP is normally short.
All right, Chief, thank you so much. We are going to observe just a short break now. When we are back, you will tell us what people are supposed to do at noticing fire outbreak. Thank you so much. Let us observe a short break. We shall be right back. Don't go away.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
All right, back from the short break. We are still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is fire safety and control. And of course, I've been here with the director, Enugu State Fire Service. who is also a fellow Nigeria Society of Engineers. He's here, Engineer Okude Oha. Thank you so much, Chief, for coming.
Thank you.
Back from the break, before we went on the short break, well, you were supposed to tell us what people are supposed to do at noticing fire outbreak. What are the first things they are supposed to do?
The first thing someone's supposed to do when you notice a fire outbreak is to shout for help. It's fire, 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 fire. By doing that, you are creating awareness for people to know that there is danger. After that, the next thing is to call fire service. After you call for help, the next thing is to call fire service.
Who comes to help in that instance?
Fire service 1, neighbors 2. When you are calling for fire for help, you are alerting people. Even if there's people that are sleeping in the building on the property that is on fire, everybody will be at work. And your neighbors will know that you are in danger, that you have an emergency. Okay. People will gather. Because if you want to do it alone, you may not be able to. You may lose your life because somebody's whom his property is on fire always intend to be confused. You don't know what you, when you go inside your room, you don't know what to save. Whether it's your money, whether it's your certificate, whether it's your child. So we will normally advise people to call for help so that people who come will just be saving anything they see and to even stop you from going in. Because if it is during the time where the treasurers of unions, associations keep cash, you'll be saying, if this money got burned, they will say I've eaten their money. You'll be confused, you'll be desperate, you'll be panicking. So that's why when you call for help and people comes, they help you to save your properties while fire service is on their way. Because we advise people not just to wait for fire service, do what you can before the arrival of fire service. That's why we say that a trained fire marshal is more important or valuable than a firefighter that is away of miles away from scene of fire. Any person that has knowledgeable and that is knowledgeable enough to put off a fire is far valuable than a well-trained firefighter that is miles away.
I wonder how an ordinary person can acquire that knowledge.
We have been conducting fire safety training. Those public buildings or government buildings who say we installed fire and fire extinguishers, we don't install it without teaching people how to use them. It is even enacted in our law. You can't give somebody fire extinguisher without telling him how to use it. So that is how people acquire. If Aneke TV tomorrow writes us and tell us to come and conduct training for them, we'll come. And it's free. Once you have been complying with other fire safety measures, like having fire extinguishers, which I have seen some, like paying fire safety certificates. If you pay for a fire safety certificate, which is a only source of revenue to government from fire service, you are entitled to a training by fire officers who will come, teach you all these things I'm talking about, tell you what you have to do to prevent fire outbreak, tell you what you have to do if there is a fire outbreak. So it is your entitlement once you are paying for fire safety fee, which is the only source of revenue to government from fire service. That is why government doesn't see fire service as a revenue generating agency. When we attend fire, we don't charge. And I have to use this opportunity to tell our people, you don't pay fire service because your property is on fire and we are there to put it off. No. After they put off, they go. We'll go. If you call them and say, okay, take this one and buy Omo or something, it's on you. It's not a must. It's not government revenue. Because I will have to confess that some people still not minding their passing pains based on their property was burnt. At times they still observe, appreciate firefighters because of their bravery, because of their sacrifice. So, but on record and on constitution, you don't supposed to pay, and we don't ask anybody for appreciation. We can't put off your fire and ask you to, no, we don't do that. And we don't pay revenue to government. The only revenue that is acquirable to government from fire service is issuance of fire safety certificate, which every business premises, every building is supposed to have. And it is on yearly basis.
All right, Chief, thank you so much. You mentioned that at the instance of fire outbreak, one has to shout for help.
Yes.
And after that, you make call fire service. Yes. But I'm aware that a lot of people don't have the numbers of the fire service. Are there emergency lines you can roll out now to the public that at the instance of fire, you'll be able to get access to the fire service by alerting them immediately?
Yes. We have about 13 fire stations and fire units. I will give phone number of 3 of them that covers the 3 sanitarian zones we have. Whenever there is a fire outbreak, call the nearest fire station. The state government has been doing enough to put up fire stations across the states. And our aim and our objective is to have fire stations in each of the local governments. So for now, I will give phone number of Nsukka Fire Station, I will give phone number of Ogui Road Fire Station, and I will give phone number of Oji River Fire Station, and the 4th one is 9th Mile Fire Stations. So I will give their phone numbers, you put it down. Anytime there is a fire outbreak within that vicinity, you call the nearest fire station. So Ogui Road Fire Station is 070-6540-9291. I will call it again, 070-6540-9291. Then in Nsukka Fire Station, the phone number is 0806-807-9367. I will call it again, 080-680-79367. Then Oji River Fire Station, the phone number is 080-328-9881. Then 9th Mile Fire Station.
Have you taken that second time?
Okay, let me take it second time. Oji River Fire Station, 090-323-89861. Then 9th Mile Fire Station, the phone number is 0904-299-7366. I will take 9th Mile Fire Station phone number again, 0904-299-7366. That is 9th Mile Fire Station phone numbers. These 4 fire stations, anytime you call us, we will attend to your fire emergency related calls.
All right, Chief, thank you so much for rolling out all of these contacts for separate locations in Enugu. Thank you. Let's continue. In an incident of fire outbreak, supposing one is trapped in the building, and you know there's always this smoke.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am your host, Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth, yet many conditions that affect our well-being are preventable, manageable, and better understood with the right information. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live better, longer, and healthier. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll go on a short break now. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Today we are focusing on a vital but sometimes misunderstood aspect of reproductive health, menstrual health. Menstruation is a natural biological process, yet for many people, conversations around it are often surrounded by silence, myth, stigma, and misinformation. Beyond simply having a monthly period, menstrual health involves understanding the menstrual cycle, proper hygiene practices, recognizing common disorders, and knowing when to seek medical attention. Our topic on this episode is understanding menstrual health. Joining us today is Associate Professor Enebe Joseph Tochukwu, a consultant obstetrician, right? And gynecologist at ESUD Teaching Hospital, Parkland, and a lecturer at ESUD College of Medicine. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me.
We are glad to have you this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, now we are, as I said, this episode will be discussing on understanding our menstrual health. So when you say menstrual health, it's like a common word. Yeah. A lot of women know it. But we want to understand deeply into it. We want to know what it entails, what really menstrual health entails, and how the cycle coexist, everything about it. So we would like to begin. When you talk about menstrual health, what does it really encompass beyond just having a monthly period?
Yeah, menstrual health is it could be defined as the complete physical, mental, and social well-being of a woman as it pertains to a menstrual cycle.
Okay.
And it involves making sure that the menstrual cycle is safe. They have good safe products the woman will use for her menses. It also pertains having enough education for the woman so that she understands what menstruation is all about, and then also providing enough infrastructure around the woman,
okay,
and then products that she will use for her menses in order to make sure that psychologically and physically the woman is complete. Thank you.
Okay. Beyond menstrual health just being a period that comes once in a month or at a particular time in every month, what really is menstrual health? Why should it be understood?
Menstrual health is very important that the public should know about what menstrual health is all about, because when it's not adequately ensured, you find out there could be other conditions that could be associated with it. Okay. It could lead to diseases, and it could also lead to misunderstanding of the menstruation itself. And it's also, in some communities also you see certain practices that are also used against women. They occur as taboos, against women that are menstruating. And so that's why it's very important that we should have a broad knowledge of what menstrual health is all about. Even in schools, most of our young ladies and adolescents, you find out that this is the time most of them are starting menstruation. So without having that background information, they will misunderstand the whole process, and it becomes very difficult for them to carry on their life and menstruation in general. And then the health part of it, if a woman fails to use healthy products and also having menses in an environment that is not healthy, infrastructures are not there, you find that it won't affect the woman generally. As a matter of fact, the woman will have ill health.
So you said something about there are some misconceptions surrounding its used against women. So for a young girl who just experienced her first menstrual health, who just experienced her first menstruation, especially those living in the rural area, what do you think can be her fate when those conceptions are surrounding her, and what can be done about that?
As a matter of fact, when we were still younger, or in secondary schools, because of the poor understanding of no education has been given to the young lady or the adolescents, you find out that when they have their first menses, it's a shock to them.
Okay.
Rather than them waiting for that condition to occur, it becomes a shock. So they are not prepared. Imagine a young lady that went to school with her white clothes, and suddenly it gets stained, and then maybe her fellow classmates are now bringing her attention to that. I mean, it's a very big embarrassment, and most of the times it lives with the young lady, and they don't usually forget such situations. And when it happens, of course, sometimes they don't even know what to do. Imagine if you sent a young girl to school, and this type of thing is happening to her in her school, and there's nobody to help her. I mean, psychologically, the young lady is also down. So it may also impact negatively on her ability to learn in school. And then, what are the products that are available? There may not even be any product available for her to use. So, I mean, it's something that we cannot comprehend. The effect is actually quite big on the young lady.
Okay, you said that it's in those situations that the young lady most times don't forget about it, and it affects her. So in the sense, you're trying to say that there are some trauma and stigmas attracted to menstrual health and menstrual cycle.
If you go to our communities, sometimes when you go to the villages, you find out that there are certain places that a woman that is menstruating is abhorred from coming close to. Maybe where people are fetching water in the stream, you are not meant to go there. And maybe certain places, certain locations in the village. So, and then also, people can't even, sometimes people see people not even accepting food and materials from a person that is menstruating. That's a very big stigmatization. Something that should have been a natural process.
They're saying it as a taboo.
Yeah, something that should have been a natural process, and it's now being stigmatized, it's now being taken as a stigma. As a matter of fact, if we understand it in the way it should be, it's just like the womb of the woman is preparing itself to know whether it can get a baby into the uterus by shedding the old endometrial growth, the old lining of the uterus, which then prepares it for reproduction for the next cycle. But it's not understood that way. So some of these myths and taboos now comes up. You know, sometimes you see that. So for the traditional worshippers, a woman that is not menstruating, that is menstruating cannot come to the area of their worship. So you find out that is also a form of stigmatization and then the violence against women.
Moving on, let us dive deep into menstrual cycle. So what should be understood as a normal menstrual cycle?
A normal menstrual cycle is a cycle that comes every month. Let me just use the word every month. However, a normal menstrual cycle ranges from 21 days to 35 days. So sometimes you see some women, they don't understand this fact. So everybody is aiming to get 28 days. So it can be as short as every 3 weeks, and also it can also be as long as every 5 weeks, as the case may be. And then also for a normal menses, it should last between 2 to 8 days. So sometimes you see some people, their menses are just coming for 2 days, they are worried. So, but they shouldn't be worried. This is just normal for them. Then for some other people, you may also see them bleeding for up to 8 days. They will start going to the hospital. However, those conditions are normal for such a young woman.
So, in the aspect of when a woman bleeds from the first day to the 4th day, is it seen as normal? Because a lot of people think that from the 1st day to the 4th day is normal. But when it exceeds that 4th day, it's seen as being abnormal.
Yes, that's what I have just explained now. That a normal menses can last from 2 to 8 days. So if your own is lasting up to 8 days, it's normal. If it's lasting only 2 days, it's normal. So far, there is no any other problem associated with the womb of the woman. And then sometimes it could be associated with little or no, some pain, you know, and we call it dysmenorrhea. Well, the one we call primary dysmenorrhea, and then the one that is not good, we call secondary dysmenorrhea. If I may explain it further, primary dysmenorrhea is a type of pain that maybe when the woman is about to see her period, she experiences some pressure, some little pain. Then when the period starts coming, you see that the pain now wanes off, now decreases and disappears. However, now the one we call abnormal pain or secondary dysmenorrhea is a type of pain that usually worsens with menses. Maybe when the menses start coming, the woman will start having so much pain, she can't go to work, she's vomiting, the whole abdomen is paining her, and it prevents her from doing her normal daily activities. Now, there are some conditions that can be associated with this type of secondary dysmenorrhea. Now, there's one important disease we call endometriosis. Endometriosis is a situation whereby there is the existence of the normal lining of the endometrium, normal lining of the womb called endometrium. When they now exist outside the uterine cavity, that is outside the womb. So when you see it outside the womb, it's called endometriosis. So that endometriosis is associated with a lot of pain. And there's another sister of that endometriosis called adenomyosis. Adenomyosis is when you see that thing that is supposed to be lining the uterus is now occupying inside the muscles of the uterus. So that one is called adenomyosis. So those two conditions, they are known to cause a lot of pain. So on women, and they cause secondary dysmenorrhea, and it can disrupt the activities of the woman, and also can lead her to admissions in the hospital. So, and it's something that maybe women that have them should always approach the hospital for proper history examination and then management of such conditions. And then somebody also see a woman that what we call polycystic ovarian syndrome. Polycystic ovarian syndrome is a situation whereby the woman is not ovulating at the time. Ovulation means bringing out egg at the time the woman is supposed to be ovulating. So it now makes, because for a woman to bleed, she must ovulate most times. So when she ovulates, the hormones in the system will now help to make the endometrium to now mature. When there is no fertilization, it now bleeds, it now disintegrates and comes out as menstruation. So now it's ovulation that actually stimulates that process. So in such women that have polycystic ovarian syndrome, that ovulation doesn't come as required. So you now find out that the woman now, over 3 months, she has not bled. And it will continue to last for 3 months. So within this period of 3 months, there's a lot of psychological issues. The woman is worried, am I pregnant or am I not pregnant? And other conditions. So these two major physical conditions are the things that sometimes can affect a woman in the negative way. In some other situations, you find out there is excessive bleeding. So if a woman is bleeding, instead of using 1 or 2 parts in a day, she's now carrying a bag of parts, because of some of the conditions that could be existing in the uterus. Things like uterine fibroid, things like endometrial polyps, polyps, things that look like ball inside the endometrial cavity. And then even these endometriosis and polycystic ovarian syndrome, that can also make the menses to be so big, such a way that when the woman is bleeding, she's now having dizziness, having headache, and may be admitted in the hospital. And sometimes they may even be transfused in such conditions. So let me leave it here.
You said something, you said the menstrual cycle entails a woman in the process of knowing if she will conceive. And that's okay. So I want you to explain, when it comes to the menstrual cycle, how does it help individuals monitor their reproductive health? Yes.
Well, when a woman is having a monthly cycle, it gives her reassurance. And if it's normal, it also gives her assurance is not doubled. That most likely her menstrual health is good. Now, when there are other conditions that are associated with this menstruation, then, of course, most of the women, they will believe that they are not feeling fine. For example, if a woman has what we call pelvic inflammatory disease, chronic pelvic inflammatory disease, sometimes it can impact negatively on the ability of the woman to see her menses. Or maybe there is a condition that has harmed the endometrial lining. We now find out maybe the uterus not coming together. Maybe a woman can had an abortion, a traumatic abortion, whereby materials that are sharp were used to remove a pregnancy, or maybe instrumentation was done, or surgery was done in the uterus. You find out that such condition can make the endometrium to come together. Now, when they come together, they now come together, now leaving a little surface area where menstruation can go from. So now, in those conditions, you now find out that a woman that is supposedly seeing her period every 4 days, that she's seen it for 4 days, you now find out that menstruation may not come only 1 day. So now, that signal is enough to tell her there is abnormal health, there is ill health in the menstrual cycle. And then if she's also having foul-smelling vaginal discharge, and yes, no, not during that, even within the cycle. Okay. You're now having foul-smelling vaginal discharge, or even the color of the menstruation is now becoming another thing, becoming watery, and the rest of them. So it may be an indication that there is something else that is going on in the reproductive health, apart from just ordinary menses. Sometimes it may stop entirely from coming. Maybe a woman that has cesarean section, or had myomectomy, or had other conditions that could affect the endometrial lining. You now find out that the menstruation will eventually stop. And when it occurs, that's a very big indication to tell the woman you have to visit the hospital. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about menstrual hygiene. It's often discussed, but not really, not clearly explained. So what would you say about menstrual hygiene?
Yeah, so menstrual hygiene involves providing normal good products that a woman needs to take care of her menses, and also providing it in a very good environment, good infrastructure. You know, a woman should not be changing her part in the open. You have to find a very adequate environment that is secluded, and that will give the woman a psychological well-being. And then after that, after changing, she also needs water. She also needs good soap. She also needs maybe perfume, you know, to freshen up herself. So, and if a very adequate good water supply is not provided, maybe there is now well water that is heavily contaminated, and the woman is not using it to wash her private parts, of course, there could be an ascending infection. And that ascending infection can alterate the whole menstrual pattern, leading to maybe pelvic inflammatory disease and all that. Sometimes also see that because of poor education, also that menstrual hygiene also involves good education. So because for the fact that the woman doesn't have a good education, you now find out that some of the habits can also lead to ill health. For example, instead of using it to wash the surface of her body, she's now pouring the water inside her private parts. Imagine pouring water that is heavily contaminated inside a place that should be clean. What is it going to cause? Or maybe not using the soap that you use to wash the surface of the body and not pouring it inside the body. So you don't find out that such condition can alter the cycle of the woman in terms of the fact that you don't find out that there is not heavy growth of, when I pour all those water, it will dilute the normal environment of the vagina, which is, most of the time, which is acidic in nature. So when you're not pouring all those products that are not required to be put inside the vagina, you now find out that it changes the pH. That is the condition of the place to become alkaline. And when it becomes alkaline, what does it do? It now encourages the growth of what we call candidiasis. Candidiasis is a common condition women usually present with. So, and these things are associated with their menstrual hygiene. So if it's not proper and adequate, you now find out that they may come down with such conditions because they are using products that are not supposed to be used inside the body. And they're also using it in an environment that is not clean. For example, if you go to an environment that is not clean, some of the places where you are keeping the menstrual product can also contaminate the woman. So you can see, this menstrual hygiene can link up to so many issues. One, the education of the woman. Two, you can also talk about how well the woman is being cared for. Now, if you go to most secondary schools, you find out that some of these young ladies, they can't even afford a good menstrual product. So instead of using a very good, concise menstrual product, you now find out that they are using maybe cloths, tissue paper, and all sorts of things. You know, it's only when you go into the system and find out what they use. Yes, that is now, saying that yes, there's a reason for this particular discussion we're having today.
Before we go on a short break, when it comes to menstrual products, a lot of speculations are going on that pads are now causing infertility to women. So what would you say about that?
Well, yeah, vulva pads, yes, they are not supposed to cause any problem, except maybe the product itself is maybe contaminated. Of course, the normal pad is just put on the surface of the body. It's not even put inside the body. So there's no relationship between that pad and whether a woman should get pregnant or not. There are so many other bigger things that could cause infertility, not menstrual product like pad. However, when a young ladies now start misusing the pad, or maybe start using other products, maybe things that are now inserted inside the vagina, now causing ascending infection. Ascending infection means infection now moving from outside or from the anus, maybe because of poor hygiene too. You are now bringing materials from the anus into the vagina. You now see if those things now climb up into the uterine cavity and the fallopian tube, they may cause destruction of the fallopian tube, and then that's the only thing that can lead to infertility. But if it's a normal, good hygiene, it's not supposed to lead to infertility. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go on a short break now. There's parties still in the house. Don't go anywhere.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
These
is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Health Matters on Aneke TV. And on this episode, we are still discussing on understanding menstrual health with Professor Aneke Joseph Tochko. So we have been discussing about menstrual health, menstrual cycle, everything that entails the menstrual, how to menstrual hygiene, how to take care of your hygiene as a woman in a menstrual cycle. So moving on, we would like to know, you know, there are some practices that a woman should have during her menstrual cycle to be able to help her to support her health, and all, but they are often overlooked. So we would like you to mention those practices.
Well, as a woman, which I am not, you know, as a woman, I think it starts from good education, good menstrual education, health education in general. You know, and this should start from when the child is in the primary school, maybe about finishing her primary school, because most of these days you find out that women can even start off menstruation as early as 11 years upwards, you know. So that should now encompass, you know, telling them what a normal menstrual cycle is. That as they are growing up, that will be a time when something will start coming out from their body. That those things that are coming out are not abnormal. They are a natural process. And they will continue to have it until they finish their reproductive life. You know, probably around 45, 55 years. So this information should be well passed. And that if this occurs, that they may also have one or two persons they can confide in, you know, to help them through the process, especially their mother. And then, even before it starts, those products are also supposed to be purchased ahead of time. And they will be exposed to them and also be told about how to get them used. So, and I think if you do this, it means that and then also what the person is supposed to do during the time the menses starts. And then also, the education will also involve what are the things that can make me feel like maybe I want to menstruate. Because it's very important that a woman understands her body. You know, because some people, you may say, I'm going to menstruate the following day. Now, recently, we also have apps that can also tell us, you are going to menstruate the following day, or you are going to menstruate in 2 days' time. So that it won't become an embarrassment. Maybe a woman travels while inside the bus, the woman starts menstruating, not prepared. So, and even if it must happen, then it should happen in very minor, very minimal situations. So now, when you have finished giving this education, and then explain to the child these are the things to use, it means that the remaining part will be easy. This is how to use them. So, and then they touch those products. Like the first time of trying to engage in not be the first time you are touching the menstrual product. So you have exposed it to them, they touch it, even practice using it. So that the first time they are going to have that menses, it will be easy. You know. So now what does it entail? What it entails is using a woman should be padded. You shouldn't allow her cloth to be stained. Now how do you know that maybe menses is about to come? Sometimes you may see that there could be pressure, pelvic pressure, you know. A woman feeling like there is pain trying to come, you know. And those contractions are just trying to push out the menses. Some other times there could also be heaviness on the breast, you know, and yeah. So if for some of these things are happening, the woman will now be padded waiting. So, and then when eventually she starts seeing her menses, it should not be seamless, you know. Now, depending on the quantity of menses that is coming out, it's not a situation whereby a woman should allow her to start staining or start dripping. Now, if you get a very good product, maybe changing it 3 times in a day, depending on the quantity that is coming out.
Okay, depending on your flow.
Yeah, depending on the adequacy of the flow. Some people may not change in a day. Some people may change 2 times in a day. But at least 3 times in a day will be adequate. So that whatever you're removing will also not be so heavy and will not stain the body so much. And then after removing your pad, it's also good that the woman cleans up her body. Then using some other toiletries that are going to be there. Then if there is water, she uses it to clean up her body and there are no smells. She's looks fine. Then if she must apply perfume, she applies perfume and not inside the body, but on her body. Or maybe takes her bath if she's in her house. So you don't find out that nobody, people that are around wouldn't even know that anything is happening to such a patient. Then for the people that may have small pain, the pain they may not like. Now it requires that maybe they may need some non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, some drugs that can help to reduce pain. One of them is pyrazicam, diclofenac. And such drugs are usually, you start taking it before the menses starts, not when you start having pain, when they now start disrupting
during the flu.
No. So maybe like a day before, you start taking the medications, and so that when the menses is coming out, it will be seamless, painless, and will involve disrupting your normal daily activities.
So in the sense, it is not healthy to take it during the flu. It's not healthy to take any medication.
And it's not like it's not healthy, but the one that is most likely going to prevent the pain is the one that is started maybe a day before the menses start coming out.
Okay,
and then along the line, you also continue to take medication.
We are out of time. So you say something about the menstrual products. So you know a lot of variety. There is variety of products, but we'd like to know: do you think there are ones that are best for a woman during her flow?
Well, it depends on what is available and also the access. The access,
you know, when it comes to being safe.
Yes, most of them are safe. I won't call the product names, you know, and most of them are safe. And like I said, it depends on the availability and the cost. Yeah, some of them you want to buy, you find that you can't afford them. It doesn't mean that they are better than the ones that are maybe a little bit cheaper. Now, some other ones can contain menses better than others. Those things are also what you consider when trying to buy them. Assuming if I buy this product, and it can contain my menses for more than 12 hours, or more than 8 hours, or more than 6 hours, you have to, by the time you are using them, you have to now know that, yes, I may have to get, if I'm traveling from here to Lagos by road, I may have to use the one that contains menses better. And then during when we are smaller, our mothers used to use pad with all the difficulties involved in it. But now, better products are out, which we now, the ones we call pad, and they retain the menstruum better than the previous ones that we were using before.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we come to the end of today's episode. Many thanks to our guest for your insightful knowledge and information on this topic. And remember, informed decisions are often the foundation of healthier living, and open conversations about health help break harmful myths and promote wellness. I remain your host, Sharon Uchi, and this is Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life. In an age of rapid information, misinformation spreads quickly through social media, informal networks, and sometimes even through trusted institutions. Falsehood, when repeated often enough, begins to shape public perception, and perception, in turn, shapes national decisions. Civic duty requires intellectual discipline. It requires citizens to verify before sharing, to question before believing, and to resist the temptation of sensationalism. For a nation that cannot protect truth cannot sustain justice. Nigeria's diversity adds another layer of responsibility. Ethnicity, religion, and regional identity are powerful forces. They can enrich a nation, but they can also divide it. Civic duty demands that citizens rise above narrow loyalties when they conflict with national interests. It demands that competence is valued above tribe, justice above sentiment, and unity above suspicion. This is not a denial of identity, it is the elevation of responsibility. At its best level, civic duty is moral before it is political. It is shaped in homes where children are taught honesty, not just success. It is reinforced in schools where discipline is valued alongside knowledge. It is echoed in religious spaces where righteousness is defined not only by ritual, but by conduct in public life. A society that separates morality from citizenship creates individuals who are privately virtuous but publicly indifferent. Nigeria cannot afford that contradiction. What then is truly expected of the Nigerian citizen? Not perfection, but responsibility. To obey laws even when enforcement is weak. To protect public goods even when others do not. To participate in governance not only through voting, but through informed engagement. To reject corruption not only in leadership, but in daily interactions. To uphold truth even when falsehood is more convenient. To place the nation at critical moments above personal or group interest. These are not extraordinary demands. They are the minimum conditions for national survival. History teaches that nations are not destroyed only by bad leaders. They are also weakened by passive citizens. And yet, history also teaches that renewal is possible. When citizens begin to see themselves not as victims of the state, but as co-authors of its destiny, something shifts. Responsibility replaces resignation. Participation replaces complaint. Hope becomes practical. Nigeria stands at such a threshold. The question is no longer whether change is necessary. It is whether citizens are willing to embody that change in measurable, daily ways. For in the final analysis, civic duty is not an abstract ideal. It is the consistent and often difficult work of choosing the nation again and again in actions both seen and unseen. And it is in that choice that the future of Nigeria will be decided.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun Osogbo festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine. Believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people, it remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.